making history. Absolutely phenomenal.
And Ace is the champion of the Intel Extreme Masters World Finals.
Storm's still not quite done. MC is going to take this fight, though. 3 seconds left.
Last 2 rounds of matches got to start it well for ESC.
And this is a massive move for Zez, but he's not content with just a Nexus kill. He wants to win.
And it's all done. A Strolling winning.
Unbelievable Rogue with a 4-0 victory over Classic.
And they did it again in the grand finals. It's Navi!
Give it up for your Intel Extreme Masters World Champion!
G'day, welcome back. It is time for day 2 of IEM Chengdu Oceania qualifiers, and it's myself and Pilski once again. Looking forward to it. Pilly, we had a good night last night. Couple of interesting results. One upset, one near upset. Now it seems like things have maybe started to go back to what the expectations would have had them at, but even still, looking forward to catching up with how the games are going to go today.
Yeah, look, a couple of interesting results. Obviously, Mindfreak upsetting Rooster, getting into that upper bracket game against Greyhound, where, look, they didn't really show too much. We're going to get a rematch of that initial round between Mindfreak and Rooster here to decide who's going to go to the grand final, though. And Greyhound, they almost lost to BNK, who actually got knocked out in the lower bracket, arguably looking like the second best team in the tournament, but as usual, couldn't manage to get over the hurdle that is Rooster and their biggest domestic rivals. So keen to see how the matches go today.
Yeah, I reckon that was a pretty painful game for BNK, especially considering the way things went in the game against Greyhound. It was
they
2
definitely
losses.
Should have won that game, I feel like. There were so many unlucky rounds, particularly on Inferno. But yeah, at the end of the day, just couldn't get it across the line.
Yeah, well, I mean, that's kind of what I'm saying, right? Like, they just miss out on the win against Greyhound, and then they go into a game against Rooster, where they also then end up losing 2-1. And so, obviously, you'd look at that and say, well, there was definitely opportunities for them to maybe not even have to play that game against Rooster, but even then, potentially still get that win over Rooster. But either way, we'll take a look at the bracket here, and you guys can get a bit of a visual representation of what we are talking about. The only team that's been eliminated up to this point was BNK, which is quite surprising to us, considering how well we thought they played against Greyhound, but sometimes it do be like that sometimes. And that leaves us with Mindfreak and Rooster for the lower bracket finals, on to the grand final, which we'll be watching later on this evening as well, where Greyhound is waiting for the winner of this first match. And yeah, look, it has to be said, it is a little bit surprising to see Mindfreak and Rooster in the lower bracket finals. You would have thought that that would have been Bad News Kangaroos and Rooster, but Mindfreak got that upset over Rooster. Rooster then beat Bad News Kangaroos, and now we find ourselves here with another rematch of that upper bracket semi-final, which I think, as far as Mindfreak is concerned, is probably the best case scenario, considering they've already beat Rooster and they have that precedent set that they can actually do it. So the question is going to be, in the same vein as maybe what we would usually talk about with regard to teams that beat Greyhound in the earlier stages of tournaments, well, can they do it again here in a match that actually matters even more?
Yeah, I'm keen to see that. Obviously, they didn't show too much against Greyhound. That might have been, a bit of a mental issue for the likes of Mindfreak. A lot of teams tend to choke against Greyhound. Greyhound has a bit of like a mental edge over pretty much every team in this region, BNK included. I felt like they should have closed that series. So, look, I think for Mindfreak, Rooster is going to be a little bit more palatable for them. As you mentioned, they already beat them in the upper bracket semifinals, which we were all surprised about, because if anyone who's not familiar, who doesn't follow the region, the 2023 storyline was very much Rooster might be the second best team in the country. They look better than BNK. And Mindfreak are looking very lackluster. In fact, they looked like they were performing worse than their roster was looking on paper, and they were even struggling against teams that didn't even make it into this top 4 qualifier. So to see them not only qualify for this tournament, that was impressive to me, but then go and dispatch of a Rooster who was looking absolutely lights out at the end of 2023. I was surprised about that. So if they can repeat that again, that's going to be even more impressive. That's going to be, again, another great sign that maybe this Mindfreak roster can continue to do more damage, and that would really kind of change up the narrative about there being only a top 3 here in Oceania, not a 4th, 5th, 6th team that can kind of compete and can kind of push into these tournaments. And that is further solidified by the fact that you do get a lot of formats like these for qualifiers, where the closed qualifier is only usually 4 teams.
Yeah, it has been sort of interesting, obviously, over the career that I've had casting Oceanic Counter-Strike, and I'm sure you can sort of relate to this as well. Like, earlier on, it was obviously Vox and Immunity that were sort of the top two, and they were kind of on a pedestal. And then once that era or generation kind of moved on a little bit, it did actually feel like for quite a long time we did have more of a top four discussion than anything else for quite a while, for multiple years. And only, I would say, maybe in the last 2 years has it kind of gone back to a 3-team discussion. Because even if we go back prior to that, when we were talking about during the COVID times, you know, we had obviously Renegades at the time, we had Avant Order, and then you had sort of Vertex and Rooster that were kind of, as we could see, starting to make the inroads and starting to look like the teams of tomorrow, which, as we are now here, I guess, in this context, in tomorrow, they have actually managed to reach that pedestal. But there hasn't really been, it's felt like maybe for the last 12 months or potentially even a little bit longer than that, another team that's kind of been coming through in the same way that Vertex and Rooster were back then. Arguments maybe to be made that it could be Mindfreak, it could be Vantage. There's a couple of other teams floating around that are sort of interesting to take a look at. But I don't know if they're at that point yet where we're really feeling like they're challenging the top. And this result from Mindfreak, as you mentioned yesterday, that win that they got, actually might be the start of something that we can actually talk about for months and years to potentially come. So anyway, we'll talk about that a little bit later on. It's time for us to jump into the game and focus in on what is happening in the server. We've got Mindfreak and Rooster, and things are going to be kicking off on Anubis. The map choice of Mindfreak, where they'll start on CT side. So I suppose the chips are down. Pilsky, we'll see if they can do it again and if they can get another upset over Rooster.
Yeah, interesting note as we get these initial couple of shots. Actually, we're going to hold that thought because we've got Mindfreak with a 3-man setup in towards A main here. Rooster just holding around the map here on the T side, waiting for action through E-Box and A main, and that has been punished by ASAP. Both him and Netic have been standouts for Rooster. Kind of 2v5 carrying the team, which was definitely not the case last year, although they were both statistically solid. Rooster was looking a lot more well-rounded than they've looked in this qualifier. And now we get a bit more of pressure towards B as a bit of a B split comes in. ASAP's lurking through A main.
Already an okay start for Mindfreak, with Super being able to get that one on Netic, who's always a dangerous player. Danger in there as well for one more, but the trades are good enough to keep Rooster with the advantage that they've kind of found off of the initial opener and continue to snowball throughout the pistol. That's 1-0 for Rooster. I don't know about you, Pilsky, but I have to say, I think today's going to be pretty difficult for Mindfreak. Rooster feels like, to me, one of those teams that, yeah, they can get upset every now and then. Yeah. But once they do get upset, it's a bit of a reality check, and then they're back to their usual selves pretty quick.
100%. Rooster has a silly mode and a serious mode. And the silly mode has definitely seemed like it's been active because one of the silly things that they do in a lot of these Oceanic competitions, and we'll just talk about it through this anti-eco, is they play with subs. They don't all rock up to the games sometimes. And that's something that they did actually do in the RMR qualifiers. They weren't playing with Chelios, I think it was. So I think, honestly, they might have had a bit of a sleepy start to the year. And now they're getting back used to playing with their full roster again. They get upset in the early stages of the tournament. It's something that can happen to this team. But their peak, their ceiling is very, very scary and is something that I think as they get more reps in, they get more comfortable. Not sure if this is a dead round. It's looking like it. That, you know, they're definitely going to be a team where if they hit their stride, Mindfreak shouldn't even be able to take a map off of them, let alone a whole series. And looking at least at this first map, we do have... same opening map this time around as the last series between these two teams. It was Mindfreak to pick it and Mindfreak to win the game 13-10. Mostly predicated off of strong T-sides from both teams. 7-5 for Rooster, followed by 8-3 on Mindfreak's T-side once they switch sides into the second half. So we'll keep that in the back of our heads as we watch the rest of this game unfold. Obviously, this is going to be probably a tech pause into a round reset or something like that. And... if we can get our hands on the veto, we'll maybe talk about what the rest of the maps will look like and whether it is just going to be a copy-paste veto of the last time around. But yeah, we'll see Rooster how good of a T side they can have for themselves against Mindfreak CT, because they were obviously able to get 5 together last time around and be able to follow it with their own strong T side. There we go. We do have the veto. So let's just talk through that quickly because we are going to get a match reset anyway. Rooster, ban Ancient, Vertigo. So the same bans and different first pick for Rooster. Last series they picked Inferno, which they actually won, but this time they've opted to change up their pick into Mirage. which I believe we saw yesterday between Mindfreak and Greyhound, did we not? And it wasn't particularly awe-inspiring result. Oh no, we got Nuke Ancient. That must have been a BNK game. And then to polish things off, we'll finish off with Overpass, which Mindfreak actually won. So in theory, the only difference in this veto is Rooster's pick is going to be Inferno instead of, Mirage instead of Inferno, and the first and third maps are the same. And the first and third maps are the same maps that Mindfreak won in the upper bracket series. So I think that's important to keep in mind if you want to try to craft another narrative of, oh, Mindfreak could upset this series, because they definitely could. They've got the same maps they won last time.
Yeah, but the question is, will it be the same Rooster that they're going up against? And like I said earlier, I'm not sure that that will be necessarily the case. I'm sure Rooster would like to have a crack at Greyhound, who, to be honest, looked a little bit susceptible last night as well. And so if Rooster can maybe find their footing, roll on with the momentum that they gain out of this game, I think there's an argument to be made that maybe that next game, the grand final, could be an interesting one. But I've been there before. I've said it so many times, and then Greyhound usually ends up winning anyway. So we'll hold that conversation for a little bit. Not really too much to touch on out of that round. Obviously, Mindfreak just with their pistols, unable to really get a whole lot of inroads done. One kill, a little loss for Rooster, but by and large, not a major concern.
I think these are the issues sometimes with things like tech pauses, and it's happened to me as well when I've coached teams in the past. You know, you take a tech pause and one team can see your setup. I mean, I know it's only anti-eco, but Rooster's able to run into B for free and all this stuff, and then immediately in that last round, they don't really default. They just go straight into B, and it was a bridge stack. So, something that Rooster were able to keep an eye on this time. First gun round, though. Flash over the top, going to get a little bit of push through E-Box into water. Duel is lost by Tux, though, who had a rifle against the MAC-10. That's going to be a bit of a sore spot, and it looks like Rooster starting to size up a bit of a B split. They're not in a rush, though, and they still do have Chelios on the lurk. There's the drop from Super to even up the numbers and clear out water for the time being.
Yeah, and Nick will be disappointed there that he hasn't been able to dislodge Super or even do any damage, because the kill there pretty much wins the round for Rooster. But now it's kind of hanging in the balance once again. We do have Chelios just keeping an eye on things over toward the A side of the map. And as you mentioned, the rest of Rooster set up outside of B, waiting quite patiently. There's going to be a pop flash into E-Box. Rooster maybe trying to fake the fact that they have another player or two there in water, which will keep Mindfreak looking in that direction.
DPR got some good info towards middle. Chelios with the progression smoke over on A does actually pull an additional rotate towards that side of the map. And in the meanwhile, Rooster, they still have full utility over here towards B. 2 players to defend here for Mindfreak. Still a Molotov on Danger, so they can segment off E-Box and focus on main.
Oh, Super doing a really good job, and Danger is there as always quite comfortably for one. That'll be more than enough to secure this round, you think, for Mindfreak. They've just got to hold on a little bit longer and allow those rotations to come across, which are in full effect. In fact, Danger's going to push through the smoke there, and that was completely unexpected. And so Rooster will drop the first gun round. Solid one from Mindfreak. 2 nice frags from Super. It felt like really being the kills that did manage to swing that round back in the favor of Mindfreak, and all of a sudden the storyline changes a little bit again.
Yeah. Interesting that Danger, a player that was playing with Rooster, and a lot of us said that they should have kept him back when he was on the active roster, playing as kind of like a stand-in. He was playing quite well, and he didn't play particularly well at the end of 2023, but in this qualifier and the start of 24, he's been pretty fantastic for Mindfreak, and he was the top performer in the upset against Rooster in that upper bracket as well, so a bit of a revenge arc coming in there. For a player that Rooster decided not to keep. Not that you can really criticize them with how much success they've been able to find without him anyway.
It's true. Well, similar approach from Rooster initially. A lot of the onus is going to be put on the shoulders of Nedic to try to make something happen early in the round here, and he's been able to push his way up outside of E-Box again. Exact same position that he was finished off in by Super last round, but on the other side of the coin, Tux again wants to be the enforcer, and this time around flashed outside of B to clear that area of the map.
Mindfreak have got a pretty decent read on what's going on. They've lost water control. They've lost A main, but they've spotted a player deep towards B. So they know that Rooster is defaulting, splitting the map. Now starting to size up a B execute. 3 players on this A side of the map as the contact comes in through E-box. The Molotov is a little mistimed. They've been able to creep all the way out and now take a duel with that player on Ninja. And that's worked perfectly for Rooster. No opportunity for Mindfreak to get anything done there. And unless they can get a pick here pretty soon on the retake, I dare say they may be considering a save.
I'm not sure about that as far as DPR is concerned, and he's able to win a good duel against Netic. Bomb plant hasn't even gone down yet. And
I think someone's disconnected. That's what's happened. Yeah, they've had to go back for the bomb. That's unfortunate.
I was going to say, it looks like Rackham was standing pretty still for a little while there, so that's a little unfortunate for Rooster.
Oh, that is terrible, actually. That disconnect of the player with the bomb in a round where Rooster gets reset and essentially took the site in a 1-for-2 trade. Like, they end up in a 4-on-3. It was a 3-stack towards A for Mindfreak. A very favorable situation for Rooster to close out that gun round and break the CT economy. But unfortunately, because of that disconnect, they aren't able to close that round. And Mindfreak are in a pretty fantastic position now.
Yeah, I saw yesterday that Rooster were having a lot of tech pauses against BNK. I don't know if that was on their end or if it was on BNK's end. But, I mean, maybe based on this, Rooster, a couple of tech pauses already. So, we'll see. Could be a rough night. That's a very unfortunate one, but definitely still going to be a salvageable half, given that we're only 4 rounds in. Rackham's got the Galil, and almost puts it to good use. Nearly gets the better of Forlex, though, just can't quite find that killing blow. He's going to go hunting for more, trying to shoulder around the corner. Util will keep him at bay, and it seems like it's going to be safe enough for Mindfreak at this point in time.
Trapped in A main. Galil really the only dangerous looking weapon here for Rooster. Just a bunch of Glocks on the rest of the boys, and as they've been forced out of A main and a refresh on the smoke is spotted by ASAP, Rooster will choose to start making their way back towards water and E-box. B main in the meanwhile has been taken by Tuxto. He's been confidently finding information in the mid round. And unfortunately, that's a bit of a mistimed rotation. All of the steps coming into the B site, and Mindfreak will basically just have to set up a net around the site and allow this plant to go down.
Yeah, could get a little awkward though. We'll see if maybe Rackham can strike with that Galil before it gets too out of ordinary. TJP's been able to at least trade Tux down. It's not really favorable trades for Rooster, but you know, it's not an unwinnable position for them to be in. Chell's kind of on the lurk around in mid, so he's a long way away from this fight. It won't have any impact at all with that block, you'd think. So it ends up being quite well handled by Mindfreak in the end, but still, Rooster get the bomb plant down. They get a couple of kills in a round where essentially they were just playing with blocks. I think that you can kind of consider that a win as far as they're concerned.
I think keep an eye on this game for Rooster's level of performance on the individuals. So far, you know, TJP, Rackham, Chelios have actually not really been putting up great numbers. All of them sub-1 rating in some of the series we've been seeing. Whereas Netic and ASAP are the 2 highest rated players in the entire competition, above anyone on BNK or Greyhound. So really this team that we say is so well-rounded firepower-wise usually is really being carried by 2 people right now. And I think if they want a chance to not only beat Mindfreak, who upset them last time, but even have a crack at Greyhound, which I think most people would agree last year they looked like they would have the potential to do. We're definitely going to have to see better individual performances from some of the players here. TJP loves to play that mid position and often finds success over there, lurking up through it. But him and ASAP over on the A extremity have both been punished early, end up in an early 3-on-5. In fact, a 2-on-5 now as Super finds another one over towards middle. That's excellent defense from him. So it's only
What a mess.
Chelios and Netic now.
Yeah, 2 very isolated individuals as well, aren't they? And now it is truly isolation for Netic, and he's dealt with as well. So, okay, I think you're starting to see some of those questions being answered as to whether or not Mindfreak can take this fight to Rooster from day 1 to day 2. Yeah, they had a bit of fortune with Rooster DCing in round number 4, but these last couple of gun rounds have looked pretty solid from Mindfreak, and they are starting to pull ahead in terms of how this game is playing out. So, credit where it's due. Again, a decent start from Mindfreak. Somewhat reminiscent of their game yesterday against Greyhound, where we're at a point early in the game and we're starting to think, okay, this is looking good. Now it's just whether or not they can kind of keep that up for the course of this half.
Once again, Tux looking for info towards B main. He just continues to push this position, continues to find great timings to actually clear that area and find good info. Warlex maybe towards middle. Starting to be under pressure now. Spots these players trying to run him down. Almost fumbles over the bricks, but manages to get away in time there.
Volley into the mid doors from Forlex. TJP not particularly concerned about that one at the moment. He's just been set up to deal with any re-aggression from Mindfreak here. So already some good map control for Rooster. He does his job pretty well. Puts out a second player as well, and Mindfreak now starting to scramble away from that B bomb site, which has been their tendency over a couple of these rounds.
Yeah, he's applied a lot of A pressure there, and now Rooster with E-box control with a lot of pressure on middle, pulling an additional rotation. It just leaves Tux, who found B main completely clear earlier on. This time, not able to see absolutely anything as Chelios just bangs his head off through the smoke, and we end up again in a pretty unwinnable retake situation. This wasn't even a full investment for Rooster, just a couple of hero AKs have done enough to get themselves another T-side gun round here. But that's pretty good news for the Rooster boys. They can pick themselves up some additional rifles, make good work of what they invested in this round. It's going to be a pretty good economy swing for the T-side, and furthermore on from that, I mean, start to actually make this half a little bit better on the T-side, because like I said, it was the T-sides of both teams, which is exactly what you'd expect, that were very strong the last time these two teams played on Anubis. So if you let Mindfreak run away too much on this CT side from such a good early start, you could definitely be left to regret it, because their T side last time was super, super strong.
It's not going to be enough to break the Mindfreak economy, though. So they won't be too perturbed just yet.
Oops, out for DPR. Rooster have definitely been playing a pretty heavy defaulty style, working the map quite heavily. Mindfreak, on the other hand, pretty consistently taking duels and info plays over towards the B side of the map and canal/water. This time, Rooster's going to be the one to change things up. It's a big walk right up the A extremity towards A main. Forlex is right on over there, joined now by Super. Flash on in, Conks a Molotov in response here from Mindfreak, and in comes the A execute.
Forlex ready and waiting, and he's got Super behind him. Utils being dumped, Molotovs, flashes, smokes, everything. It's worked out for Mindfreak in so much as they've kept Rooster at bay, but Rooster's not going to be held at arm's length for long as they go straight through that smoke. TJP finding the two entries, and even though Super does a good job on the defense, it will not be enough to keep that A site under control of Mindfreak.
Be a save here for the CTs. Still decent enough money to drop a gun over, continue to buy up through this one, but Rooster, after a bit of a shaky start and some ill fortune, starting to work their way into this game. Seeing some good stuff from Super, who, despite Mindfreak's success so far in this qualifier, has actually kind of been statistically one of the weaker players on the roster. So if he can continue playing this well individually, that could definitely bring up the floor for Mindfreak in terms of the firepower. For a piece here, Rooster, you can see the economy swing. They've got so much cash here on the T side, they're going to be able to buy out the rest of this half. So that really just leaves Mindfreak to see how many more rounds they can string together. If they can get themselves another 5-7 or maybe even do better on the CT side this time around, and they find the same success on the T side, could be another map victory for them.
Instant mid-smoke from TJP. And he's going to head in that direction as well. Just a little flash off the wall for himself. Tries to have a look around the smoke. Doesn't really see too much though. And so it ends up being Mindfreak who, for the moment, have control of the bridge.
It's 3 smokes early on for Rooster, trying to play info denial. Smoke to B main and E box, as well as deep into house. Despite that, Mindfreak can still kind of see what's happening over on bridge and are going to be able to trade down utilities. Super just keeping an eye on what the timing is that Rooster starts to make some moves into middle. That's going to be calmed across, and you start to see a shift in the rotations as a result. Danger on his way back over to mid, and they're going to shift into more of a 2-1-2 compared to the 3-1-1 that they started with. Mindfreak now refreshing some of those smokes over towards E-Box and B main as Rooster start to make some moves in the middle of the map.
TJP already feels like he has cleared it out a little bit. They will have heard that flash though. And that will put an element of doubt in the mind of Rooster, who kind of have to clear it again. TJP just shouldering that corner, hasn't really seen too much. And in the meanwhile, the rest of Rooster sells up for a long take. ASAP's just going to take a dry fight there. This is now having to be a little bit more of an awkward situation for Rooster than anticipated. 20 seconds left on the clock. They've got to kill 2 players on long and hope that push in through mid works out as well. Luckily, Chelios is able to find the trade and keep that bomb moving. And of course, there was no real defense in mid. Mindfreak had rotated an extra player over towards B, and that's what's allowed Rooster to get this bomb plant down and find this 2-on-2 post plant. Still winnable though for Mindfreak, and it's on Tenetic to hit the headshot onto Danger. One more required. It's DPR. There's Chelios, who had 1 HP. And the one-on-one clutch will go into the back pocket of Mindfreak. A bit of a chaotic round in the end, but Mindfreak will walk away the victors.
Sets up play for Super and for Lex, obviously recognizing that mid control has been taken by Rooster. They don't want to get A split, so instead they choose to fight in A main, challenge the extremity, and end up trading down pretty damn well. Honestly, I'm surprised Super doesn't double down there and kill Chelios and then cause some real problems for Rooster, who are trying to kick off that mid split. But yeah, Mindfreak, it's just a good read on the situation after losing that mid control. Does wonders for them. Rooster now a chance to reset the CT side economy and try to claim that 7-5 half they got last time around. Little bit of util pressure here from Netic over on the A extremity. But Rooster very clearly setting up for some pressure towards mid util wise, but this is going to be a B timing in the mid round.
A bit of util being expended into mid here from Mindfreak. The pop flashes, you can hear those going on. Super's being able to clear out the bridge.
DPR needs a pick here. Danger's only got a FAMAS.
DPR's not going to get a pick through that smoke unless he gets extremely lucky. And really, it feels like Danger is kind of isolated on the site. You could see he had way too many angles to cover himself. So that'll end up being a free kill for Rooster. Nice kill, though, from DPR. Brings it back to the 4-on-4, but the end result is still that Rooster have control of the site. And then TJP able to strike as well. Swings the dial in their favor even further.
I don't know about this retake. Forlex is asking to get sent in, but if they lose all of their guns here, they won't be able to replace them. Super creeping in on the flank now here, Jordan.
Let's see if the flash is any good. There it is. Hasn't quite worked out for Forlex. He got 1, but that's not enough. And considering Super also fell, any thoughts of a retake should well and truly be gone. DPR, he's not going to be able to hold on to this off either. Might kill TJP, but even if he does, Chell was running down to try and catch up to him as well. And that is 5 apiece for Rooster with the money broken on the behalf of Mindfreak.
That's huge. Definitely a chance here now for Rooster to claim that 7-5 half yet again. Could have even been better, honestly, if they had just not missed that reset window due to the disconnect. That B round definitely should have gone their way. This could have been an even more dominant T-side half from Rooster, has to be said. Bit of a force from some of the players here. A couple of them holding on to some extra cash for the next round. DPR looking for a rifle in round 12 should things go awry. And Rooster picking up the pace, recognizing just how much emphasis Mindfreak has been switching over towards middle, over towards B, but the Deagles are connecting. This is a man advantage situation for Mindfreak now.
How long is that going to last, though? There's one player holding on to this A site at this point in time, and Super, well, he wants to make his presence known. And also, Danger getting his head locked off. There's another good shot on Tenetic, but he's firing back as well. 1 for 1. Mindfreak won't mind that. ASAP stabilizing with that kill, but he'll lose his life to the nade as well. It doesn't seem like Rooster are finding it easy to get through this round at all. Danger's picked up the MAC-10. Chelios doesn't seem to know exactly where Danger is either. And you almost get the sense that they might win this one, but Chell, in the end, is able to find the angle and hits the headshot sharp as well. So it was touch and go for a moment, but Rooster do get through the round.
Only DPR with enough, actually saving the exact amount of cash you needed for a glass cannon AWP. So it's going to be a re-up once again. Half by around a glass cannon this time around. Maybe the AWP can be a bit of a difference maker here. It's going to be difficult for Rooster to read. He would not be expecting an AWP in round number 12 here, so he definitely does have an opportunity to potentially catch someone a bit lackadaisical, maybe not playing around it. Charges across bridge, had 2 opportunities at a first pick there, but now Rooster are well and truly aware the AWP is in play. Aggression into B main here, but touched directly under Rackham and found, unfortunate, another missed opportunity for Mindfreak where they need an early advantage.
Nedic making a bit of noise, so Danger well aware of his position, but doesn't want to move away from the pillar. Has got the backup of a couple of teammates, but they're not looking in the right direction, and so in the end it'll come down to Super to find the trades, and the MP9 is singing at this point. It is doing more than you'd expect, which has left Rooster reeling.
What do you do here? TJ just stuck in a corner. ASAP's got the A site. Triple man rotate through Canal. I don't even know if TJ's been able to hear that, to be honest, as this util comes into A. So TJ knows he's more than likely got a free site plant, and ASAP, the more that he can pick up here, the easier he's going to make it for TJP. If he doesn't just win it himself, to be honest. Oh, almost got all 3.
Yeah, and in the meanwhile, Super still thinks that this might be an A plant, so he's going to have a look in there and see where that's going. Has recognized now that the bomb is planted over toward B.
No kit.
Obviously, TJP has had all the time in the world to get wherever he wanted. He's just decided to sit up on plat. But Super, with 25 HP, should never win this one. It's going to take an unreal shot, and he's not even going to get to fire one. 7-5 will be the score for Rooster at the end of the first half. Well, back into the swing of things, 7-5 scoreline, somewhat reminiscent maybe of how things were playing out yesterday on Anubis, but Rusa looking a little bit better here. So we'll see if they can hold it down on the CT side. It has to be said though that CT is where they struggled yesterday, so maybe there's still something in this one for Mindfreak.
Yeah, and it was mostly on the gun rounds. Rooster won pistol anti-eco and then proceeded to lose 6 in a row, so see if they can make up for that. Whether we are going to get a similar kind of story. 1-3-1 for Rooster. Pushing through middle, getting a lot of info on bridge. How can ASAP do against a big A execute coming in, holding it solo?
Well, he's got the dualies, so you'd expect he should get himself 1 or 2 here. Just the 1. Might have been turned away by that flash at an awkward time, but either way, a 1-for-1. It could definitely be worse for Rooster. It's not as if at least he got run over, but part of the mission has already proven successful for Mindfreak with that bomb plant going down. Good flash. Gets them control of long. Unfortunately, not the kill onto Danger, who now is taking the fight into the players in cams, and Rackham will go down for that trouble. Triple heaven set up from Mindfreak here, and that's going to be charged down by TJP. I thought it was going to be Nedic, really, but TJP pops 2 heads off with that USP. And that is Rooster, once again, winning that pistol.
Should be a round 2 force in response from Mindfreak post bomb plant, which I'm not sure they got last time around unless they ecoed them in round 3. So bomb plant might be a bit of a differentiator between the last time. Galil armor comes out for Tux. They're very different individual performances we're seeing on the server. Tux has kind of been the standout for Mindfreak in the last little bit. This has been maybe one of his off maps, not something I've seen in a while, whereas Super, like I said, statistically one of the weaker players, seems to be having an absolute barn burner today. Patience outside the bridge here for Mindfreak. Waiting out the initial sets of util. HE nade doesn't quite hit the mark, but almost certainly would have done a fair bit of damage there for TJP. Boost up over the top, Super. Seeing if he can let Tux slip through the bridge smoke. Almost certain to run into the MP9 of TJ here, though.
Yeah, no supporting util means you're likely to see TJP get 1 and potentially a bit more than that as far as the damage is concerned. TJP done a pretty good job there in mid. You got smokes getting tossed in by Mindfreak. They don't want to slow things down. I don't mind seeing that, especially in Counter-Strike 2. His swing mentality, obviously quite beneficial. But they still haven't been able to dislodge ASAP, and Chelios' position as well will prove to be too strong. He's cleaning up, really. ASAP and TJP softening the targets, but Chell's the one that's got 2. Medic and Racken might not have been super advised to have taken that fight through the smoke, because they've, well, it's given the round up now. It's nothing to be done for Chelios, and Super saves the day with an ace.
They had, that's unreal. They had all the information as well to just go B. They'd seen both ASAP and Chelios, both in that A long position. They still opt to just take the fights instead of reroute to B and set up a post plan over on the other side of the map. That tells you the level of confidence that Super is playing with today, and the amount that he's feeling that his teammates, just hiding behind the wall, and he's just wide swinging both of the players on Rooster. Widely regarded to be one of the scariest teams aim-wise to play against. The impact that this man is having for Mindfreak is crazy. They break the CT side economy of Rooster, who despite being double eco, opt not to force. They've got a bit of a scoreline lead here, so they know they have the time to just take a full save. Tux hearing all of these footsteps here. Gonna calm that across to the teammates, but despite that, still losing danger on bridge, and potentially Tux here as well. This one's getting expensive against a full eco, Jordan.
Yeah, it is. What is Rooster going to decide to do from here? Just save the guns, probably. Should be one more that they can find somewhere on the bridge in mid.
Oh, 100% be worth, though. Can
Medica's
drop one of those, drop one of those Galils across to ASAP, and you can actually buy a round earlier here. Farming 2 Galils with a full eco in this situation is actually kind of huge to continue to contest this game and just play the long game economically.
TJP's going to hang around and see what he can do. Not really risking much. And he might actually get an opportunity to fire a couple of shots off here, because Mindfreak have exited towards CT spawn. And there's TJP, but, well, he got 1 shot. And even if it were a headshot, it wouldn't have made much of a difference. So, in the end, still a pretty good result for Rooster. But Mindfreak have their first inroads as well into this second half as the scoreline now finds itself at 8-7 and very much hanging in the balance.
He's just earlier time to buy with a whole lot more util than you'd usually be playing against in round number 16 here, given how this half has gone. So that's something that Mindfreak might have to keep in the back of their heads. You know, sometimes you do kind of change up your calling based on the fact that you're anticipating the CTs to have light util, to not have access to as many mollies to that nature. Harassment in middle from both teams, both Chelios as well as Rackham firing a lot of shots, but there's the flash timing, sending Tux on the entry straight into doors, and he's found success early on for Mindfreak.
TJP is going to want to do something about it. He thought about it. Ends up playing a little bit of a safer line. And now spotted out by Tux as well, so he's not interested in taking that fight anymore and will have to cede control of mid back over to Mindfreak. In the meanwhile, though, push out from B main is going to give Rooster a bit of map control to counteract that which they lost.
Mindfreak are kind of second guessing themselves here. The A split was looking very high percentage there, but now they've started to slow things down. They're a little disjointed, and this push is coming in over on A main side. But smoking off DPR as well as Super. Netix all the way on top of bridge. He's spotted out a player's foot, but I don't think he's actually seen it. Finds Tux in middle nonetheless, evening up the numbers, and it's great info now for Rooster, who know there's no one towards B. Although they're second guessing that. Netix still scrambling back across to the B site, but after he sees that no one's over there, surely this should be the A stack with a little bit of an eye on bridge. Great time molly there for TJP. Will actually make some sound cues.
Yeah, but Rackham's also running over to B. I don't think Rooster read it quite as well as he thought that they did. They do manage at least to get that info early. TJP with that kill onto Super has provided enough time for the CTs to get back into the site. ASAP will lose his life. It's not as easy as it could have been for Rooster, but they do keep two guns alive and find that ninth.
Yeah, they were so active and so mobile around the map, looking for picks, that they kind of second-guessed themselves that they'd been timed back across bridge or something of that nature. But at the end of the day, it still works out for Rooster. Mindfreak, do they buy here? Their money's a little bit all over the place. I think they're opting for a half buy with a Hero AK on 4lex. That round got close. You can see the money is quite shaky on the side of Rooster. There is a chance to just chip in some economic damage in a round like this and play up into round number 18 for Mindfreak. But this is definitely not going as easily as the last time they played against Anubis against this roster.
A little bit of a slower approach from Mindfreak this time around. Just the Hero AK for 4lex. He's going to have to try to find something. Tux does have a flash to set him up. And it's going to be Tux that's leading the charge, actually. Not really so much of a charge. It's a slow creep across the bridge. Either way, that's going to be the util loss, plus the bomb. Fairly irretrievable C4 as well.
Anything more than this is just extra here with the Deke and the AK. Not interested really in retrieving the bomb anytime soon, I don't think. More so just looking to try to get some picks. Take whatever they can away for Rooster before they look towards that next gun round.
Well, that's a sharp shot from Danger. It's one way to retrieve the C4. Netix being pretty active here, so should be able to help out either side, depending on where Mindfreak decide to go. And if they drop off the bridge, then he'll be ready to find him there. Mindfreak really waiting that timer down, though. They've got 15 seconds. They're going to have to start hot-footing it, and
Molly.
that's going to be the information. As you say, the Molly pretty much is going to win the round there for Rooster in the end, and Mindfreak just took a little bit too long.
That's fine, though, looking at the cash that both of these players have and the fact that they got 2 more kills at the end of the round. That's actually a great result for Mindfreak. All picked up, as well as the AK with plenty of cash to reinvest. They're going to get a full buy no matter which way you swing it. And taking 3 guns away from a economically shaky Rooster is actually a very, very good position to be in here for Mindfreak. But they've got to be able to convert one of these next couple of gun rounds. 1,400 loss bonus for Rooster. Not a whole lot of cash to fall back on. This could be the difference maker for Mindfreak to try to cause another upset here. They cannot let this opportunity go by the wayside. Molly, bridge for the side of Rooster. aggression. Smoke over to house. It's a 3-1-1 for the CT side here. Leaning much more heavily towards B. And Mindfreak on their side of things are actually exploring over towards water, maybe looking for an AWP pick towards E-bots. But as the smoke goes down, DPR going to start to consider other options now.
Not a lot of moving and shaking from Mindfreak at the moment. Super just going to look for a bit of control in A long. Getting this job done solo. Yeah, it's not going to cost him his life, so call that a win for Mindfreak.
Still a fair bit of util here for Rooster, who actually retake A main with the util set there from ASAP. Smoke towards the end and a molly on in there to clear out the lurk. Molly for Chelios on E-box could help to segment this push. Throw it on a little early, actually. So Mindfreak could just actually wait out that initial piece of util and now kick off their B split. But there's already 3 CTs here from Rooster.
Racken's being very patient. That Molotov going to cause some problems for him. But luckily he's got Chelios and Netic there to save the day. 2 kills for both. That is a well-held B site so far. DPR can't do anything more. Starting to look a little bit more difficult for Mindfreak today than it did yesterday, and Rooster charging towards a map 1 victory.
Yeah, it was 2.4 loss bonus and no bomb plant there, Jordan. That is a reset for Mindfreak. That round number 18, was absolutely critical. That was a swing round for either side, and I think Rooster winning that have just put the game on a silver platter for themselves. Love to see Chelios' POV there. I'm pretty sure he spams 2 players B main side through a smoke or maybe over a little bit of a one-way, something of that nature. That made all the difference in holding the B site down there in a critical round. HE Nate stack on the house here. They're sick of getting bullied by TJP, but he still won't go down. Barely gets tickled. The Glock, however, is looking way more dangerous than 5 names ever.
ASAP. Long spray down with the M4 is going to prove successful for the kill on the Super. He's got 10 bullets left. Not sure that's going to really help him too much because there's a lot of players headed in his direction. It's been retrieved actually by DPR, but that nade might do a number onto him. And so it's still not getting any easier for Mindfreak, but they're fighting hard. And they're finding the frags as well that they need to win this round. It's going to take some saving here. Chelios and Rackham. A bit of a softer kill there for Rackham to find, and then he gets a good one onto Tux. It starts to fall apart for Mindfreak, but Danger's there now with the M4. Defuse on, Chell, Binked, survives, and it's pain for Mindfreak. They can't quite stave off map point. 12-7 the scoreline.
Oh, that eco would have been so huge, that eco win. They have still, I mean, again, created an opportunity here to get themselves closer to double digits, but Rooster scraping through this one with some clutch play. A chance now again for Mindfreak to break that CT economy. Rooster do have the round buffer to recover from that, though. See what else Mindfreak had. They went 8-3 last time on their T side. Either Rooster figured them out much better today, or there's definitely some more depth there that they're just not quite realizing. Some pretty quiet performers on Mindfreak who are usually quite statistically solid, especially in this tournament, so bit of a slower start maybe than Mindfreak would have liked. A lot of players stacked up towards waterside here for Mindfreak. Set up A main, they just will drive straight through the smoke, and that works an absolute treat. Rooster not ready for that at all, and maybe have to just consider a save at this point. Their money is really not there, and they've still got, let's face it, another 4 map points to fall back on.
Well, could be worse for Rooster. Still got 3 guns at least. Plenty of time as well to recover. It's going to take Mindfreak a few rounds to really get into a threatening position. So I don't know that this is going to be the worst thing in the world for Rooster mentally. Obviously, they would have liked to have gotten that one over the line, finish it off 13-7, and start working on the second map, particularly given the fact that they'll also have to play another best of 3 after this one, assuming they win here. You do sort of want to keep these maps as clean as possible. And 2 guns go through, so Yeah, look, still not amazing, but something to play within this round.
I think a force here around the 2 saved weapons into single save and then buy around 10 most likely, although could just get the save. We'll see. No, there's the force. This is probably the best way to min-max your buys up until over the next 4 rounds. There's Chelios putting himself with the AWP, looking for a pick towards A main here, which was the main point of contact in the last round. Flash going to push him off the line, tries to shoot one straight through it. ASAP to follow up here, and it's the same story again there, Jordan. Double entry into A main with ease.
Definitely not over yet for Mindfreak. They recognize the importance of this map being their choice. They're not going to go down without a fight.
It's definitely going to be something that Rooster have to keep in the backs of their heads, though. A main has been a bit of a weakness over the last few rounds. Obviously, this next round will be an anti-eco, so not going to be something that Rooster will be considering too heavily. But the following gun round, I'm keen to see what Rooster's setup is going to be, because they just continually getting double entryed in A main right now, and it's kind of letting the game slip through their fingers. This one starting to get much more expensive for Mindfreak. A lot of guns lost at the end of the round. I mean, they have the cash to be able to replace them, and I can understand why they're trying to take the guns away from the CT side. But you have to also recognize the value of these kills is not just the guns lost for the T side, but also the fact that someone like Rackham, who now has 3k off the back of getting 3 or 4 kills at the end of that last round, he can now drop a rifle to one of the boys, and this is suddenly a buy round. Even if you didn't make this a buy round, he could have single saved into an AWP that they wouldn't have had access to, you know? So these small little increments in terms of plus 300s and getting a couple of exit kills at the end of the round can drastically change what you're able to put together.
Yeah, that said, Mindfreak have been able to knock down the door a couple of times in a row. Chell lucky to be alive.
Oh boy. He's had a brush with death. Solo over on that side of the map. Not that he had a whole lot to lose, to be honest. Just a USP and some light armor to maybe pick up a gun from one of the boys. And this is what I was talking about. Look at Rooster. They've got double entry at A main 2 rounds in a row. It's a 4-man A stack with a smoke on B main. And Mindfreaks, look, read it well, 1-3-1. They go and they're still conditioning Rooster even right now. Just some A main control taken, but with no real presence outside of a B main smoke and 1 player spotted on B and no presence at all towards middle, not even a smoke on bridge. You can tell Mindfreak are really sus on this one. They're now going to shift into a 3-1-1 and line up for a B exit. So I'm really liking the calling from Mindfreak in these last couple of rounds, and I can see why they had such a good streak on the T side last time on Anubis.
Yeah, indeed. Just have to wonder if they've given themselves a tad bit too much to do. You know, has this streak come a little bit too little too late? Still going to require another 2 in a row for them to make it to OT, and by that stage, obviously, Rooster has now started to recover their economy. They'll have a proper buy next round. I feel like we've been in a bit of a holding pattern the last couple.
Yeah.
Just waiting for the proper gun rounds to eventuate, and we can kind of carry on with the game. To be fair, though, Mindfreak have upheld their end of the bargain, ensuring that they get through these ones without too much undue pressure.
DJ's
Now
scurrying
it's
away.
time for a real test.
Oh, Chelios trying to get an exit. There you go.
Might get 2.
Might go down to the bomb for sure for danger. At the end of the day, all guns were chained. Trade 2 USBs to take 2 AKs away, but don't really end up with any different guns. So I'm not sure that really has a big impact on anything towards the tail end of this game. But finally, we find the gun round we were looking for. No AWP worth mentioning here for Rooster. It's going to have to be 5 rifle here. And with only 2.9 loss bonus, they lose this round, they're going to have Chell and Nedic on 3k. So should the early stages of this round not go well for Rooster, I would definitely be expecting them to save. Once again, DPR looking for that early AWP pick towards B main. Warlex making moves towards water. There's the HE nade inside of the smoke, and Nedic with the opening pick is massive for Rooster. This really puts the press on Mindfreak. Has Super seen Chelios push on through here? It seems like he's aware of it. There's the smoke as well. It's a massive sound cue for the man to know that there's a CT in this part of the map.
Shell's definitely been spotted here. He did check the corner, but barely landed a shot. Super only taking a tickle for that one.
It's a weird situation to be in if you're Mind Freak. A minute and 10. They're so far pinned back across the map. Usually by this stage on the T side, you want to have some meaningful map control and start to think about what your mid to late round's looking like. So Mind Freak regrouping now, re-clearing the territory that was taken by the CTs earlier, and now once again going to go back to what worked before. Walk dry into A main. This time doesn't work well for Super at all, and ASAP gets away scot-free.
Yeah, it's one of those interesting positions. Often feels like a one and done, but ASAP's managed to make it more than that. He's found 2, and TJP just hiding next to him. Certainly unexpected, and that's that. 13-10 in the blink of an eye. The map is over, and Mind Freak will be very disappointed to see that, because they would have felt that they were really mounting a bit of a comeback, but it ties back into what I was saying there. It's just that they've kind of given themselves a little bit too much to do, unfortunately, and had they had another 1 or 2 rounds to play with, I could have seen it happening. But yeah, once it's 12, it's just like, yeah, at some point, Rooster's going to get one here.
Yeah, definitely a bit of a different story. You know, I was talking about how in the last series, it seems like some of the Rooster players were performing a little bit more on the lackluster side, and some individuals definitely trying to carry them across the line. Today, we got a much more well-rounded performance from Rooster on Anubis, something more akin to what we saw last year. And on the side of Mind Freak, a couple of players who performed a little bit quieter than what we saw in the games yesterday. So look, we'll see if those trends continue onto the second map, which is a different one this time. It's going to be Mirage instead of Inferno, and we'll see if Rooster can close out this one 2-0 on their map pick after slipping up in the upper bracket.
Yeah, indeed. Well, it's time for us to take a short break. Don't go too far away, though. Map 2 is going to be coming up right after this. Alrighty, jumping back in, it's time for map 2 between Mindfreak and Rooster. And if you are just joining us, well, Rooster did pick up Anubis, the map victory, 10-13 for them. Bit of a closer affair, but in the end, it kind of felt like it was an inevitability that Rooster was going to get that one over the line. And Mindfreak made a nice comeback toward the end, but not quite enough to make it to OT. And let's see what they can do here on map 2. Issue being, of course, this is Rooster's map choice.
Good luck, Rooster. Just looking to do the most standard A execute in the game. All the smoke across the right side. How much can 4x do from triple here? A lot. 2 kills with ease. Just pokes out at the perfect time. Could have even got a third. That sets up Mindfreak beautifully for this retake. They've even got a smoke kit on Tux here.
Yeah, definitely got a lot of damage done. I think he might have got a collat in there, actually, off the back of that headshot. But TJP, he can't quite make the difference. Chell, though, with the P250, is going to be able to bring it back to the 2-on-2. And he's aware that there's extra players coming through from CT Spawn. The swing is perfect from TJP. Oh, sorry, from Netic and Chelios. And it will win the round for Rusa. Chaotic pistol.
What to do now for Mindfreak? Couple of kills on 4x. Might be a Deagle upgrade for the man, but round 2 forces on Mirage, even back and go, were not too popular. And just as I say that, they opt to force round 2, so interesting. DPR full save for AWP in round 4. So Mindfreak playing a long game here, and with a missed window smoke, again shorter by a different team. What is that from 4x? Headshot through the top mid box, completely random spam. ASAP can't believe it.
Hang on, give me a minute. I'm just making a YouTube channel. I need to download the VOD, and I've got something to show everybody.
What is it?
Well, you'll have to see it. It was the 4x. I think we might have to check in PC.
Oh, right. I think I can see the Twitter thread being made right now. Either way, Rooster up in connector. Trying to pick up the pieces after losing that player top mid completely randomly. There's a lot of players looking to harass them from window, from jungle side. Underarm flash, DPR, nice little dink. Actually does enough damage for Supar to clean up Chelios. And now Rooster with 1 player in ramp, 2 in con. Mindfreak with a bit of a misread on what's actually happening this round. So it still could go the way of the T's here for sure.
Yeah. Tuck's the only defender on A, and even he isn't really committed to defending this site, which might actually end up being a good thing, because that util probably would have wrecked him up a little bit, but he survives in CT. Headshot through onto 4x, who just survives. And the bomb plant's down. So 3 on 4, the post plant for Rooster. We're feeling awkward still about this, knowing that they have a numbers deficit, and Netic just out in the middle of the site with the Mac 10. It's a bold choice, but he's not going to be punished for it because nobody is coming from jungle. And so he can just swing around the boxes, do his fair share of damage, then fall, but say he's probably set this one up well enough to get the dub for Rusa, and that will end up proving to be the case. Tux can only make off with a scout if he even survives. Being on 2 HP is going to make that pretty difficult.
Great damage for Mindfreak there. Not really enough to be able to invest in this round though after their 4 spies. So Rooster, despite losing 4 guns, here's a chance for them to build up their cash heading into round number 4. Unless DPR and the rest of the boys opt to force. DPR, instead of saving for AWP here, is chosen Hero M4. So Mindfreak not only want to keep the economic pressure on, but also give themselves an outside shot at winning the round with a couple of upgraded pistols. And Tux, I believe, may actually be the one to be saving for the AWP now instead.
We'll see what DPR can do with this M4. Not likely to be too much if he's on the other side of the map to where the engagement is happening, and that investment has gone pretty pear-shaped in the end for Mindfreak. So much cleaner around this time for Rooster.
It's just good calling from Rooster. You could see Mindfreak really focusing on what Rooster was doing, anti-force, anti-eco in the last round with the mid control. So Mindfreak definitely trying to set up heavily to pounce on mid in the mid round and try to find some impact with that Hero M4, but Rooster in response, a little bit of a different approach. So dry contact out A main, using the Ranger, the rifles. Now, here's the fly through from Mindfreak. Glass cannon AWP on DPR. Rifles on the rest of the boys. And as I mentioned, Rooster do a good job of, despite their close call against the force buy, they built up their money quite substantially. Both teams fair bit of util pressure on middle here. A lot of util actually in the early round being expended by Mindfreak here, who are looking to trying to contest middle. Danger in position to maybe even flash over the top, but it's actually the flash from triple DPR trying to send the boys out middle, and that's worked absolutely horribly.
Yeah, it seems
all
like
over that one.
Nedic was very cognizant of the possibility that there was a push coming through there from Connector. You could see him preemptively on the minimap turning away from the flashes that were coming, and I'm sure he was worried about what was coming through from window as well, so there might have been a bit of that involved. But
it is the meta. The CT side, mid-round flashes into middle, looking for peaks, looking for opportunities in the mid-round. So I think, you know, you're seeing that protocol even from the T's that is almost akin to what you'd see from someone on Half-Wall and Banana on Inferno, you know? Like, you just know that the mid-round flash is coming, so you just preemptively prepared for it and ready to punish.
Are they ready for Tux to be peeking? Yes. Danger, however, different story. Well traded by ASAP in the end. This one is looking well and truly under control for Rooster. DPR not quick enough on the shot either to deny Chelios from crossing and planting the bomb, so best case scenario for Mindfreak is DPR can survive here and take that AWP into the next round, but won't happen. And in fact, it'll be an AWP for Chell. So 4-0 the lead for Rooster, and pretty good looking prospect so far on Mirage.
Yeah, it's just looking like a much less close game between these two teams. Closer to what we'd be expecting last year. If you told me that Rooster was going to play Mindfreak. See what Mindfreak can get done with the half buy, maxing out their loss bonus. Haven't really put very much economic pressure on Rooster since round 2. So getting some kills here, slowing down that T-side economy. Would be very good, but again, this mid pressure from the CT side doing absolutely nothing to Rooster.
Yeah, Chell winding it back a little bit at the moment, isn't he? 10-1. And I know everyone says that, you know, the AWP's not as impactful in CS2, but still see Chell having a fair degree of success with it.
I mean, we're getting to the point where this may just be some warm-up for Rooster for their match against Greyhound, which, interestingly enough, I mean, the way that this qualifier actually played out, given the fact that Mindfreak upset Rooster last time around, the two teams haven't actually played each other yet.
Yep. Not something you see every day. Danger's fighting hard, though, on the site, but it'll end up just being another kill for Chell, who's on for the ace now. That's 4 in the round. This poor old DPR. Oh, he's even made a bit of noise there, so actually we might get to see Chell have a crack at this 5th kill.
And he hasn't reloaded his AWP, so I'm assuming that means he has not missed yet. Would be 5 from 5 if he connects the last shot as well on the AWP.
We won't get the chance. You'd think it will go to Rackham, if anyone, at this point in time, but as the players start to work their way forward, maybe there is still, and maybe there is not. No head available for Chell. They'll like to retrieve that AWP, though, so I dare say Rooster is still going to hunt this frag, and TJP will get it in the end. Still a very good round from Chell, and that AWP will be retained through to the next.
Another buy up from Mindfreak. They need to start to get rolling on this CT side because this one's slipping away from them very quickly here. Rooster is one of these teams that when the momentum starts to get going and the confidence starts to flow, they're an incredibly difficult team to stop. Individuals will start to make plays, start to build up more confidence, and they get into the kind of that free flow game state. And they can just kind of take risks and do what they want. 1-3-1 with heavy pressure through underpass here. Same from Mindfreak, who are looking for duels through connector. DPR walking through the smoke. You cannot get the better of Nedic in middle right now.
Alex has gotten the better of TJP and then Nedic as well. Little fadeaway as he just spams through the smoke on the way out. Call it luck, but Either way, it's exactly what Mindfreak needs. Kind of needed something to get them back into this half. Rackham 0 and 3, ASAP 3 and 3. Neither have had a huge impact on this game so far, and really, this feels like it now starts to come down to what Chell can do to break open the round again.
Retake setup here from Mindfreak. Playing quite isolated across the map, so their opportunities are there for Rooster. This first one being ASAP against 4lex in Connector, who's on for an ace here if he continues to frag up. Now taking the duel with the Palace players, Jordan.
Oh, Rackham's going to be sent out as the cannon fodder to try to take the fight into CT spawn, but ends up falling as well for his trouble, so... couple of moments that could have gone either way. You know, if ASAP maybe gets that opener into Connector, it feels like a bit of a different round, but hasn't eventuated, and so this will almost assuredly be a round now for Mindfreak. So this is not going to have an easy time of winning it from here, and so that is that. The first one on the board for Mindfreak.
Yeah. Needed to get going. Needed to start to show some signs of life and find some success in middle, and I think they've ticked all of those boxes. Going to take a timeout now. Need to try to keep this going consistently. TJP with the P90 out, and he's got the B spawn. So we'll see where he's going to be sending it. I think Molly Flash as well with no other util purchase definitely reads B to me. Flash off the wall as you come out through B and a Molly to Van or something of that nature. Rackham ready with a quick window smoke here.
All right, let's see how we go. A couple of quick mid smokes out from Rooster. One for window, one for top mid. Both have landed as intended, but not really too much presence actually being shown there by Rooster. Just the one flash and a bit of Molotov usage into mid from ASAP. Trying to fake Mindfreak that there is some presence there when in reality the hit's going to come toward B, and already TJP having dropped to DPR has kind of given that game away. He got super through the flash, landing his shots as well. And how quickly the turns table, because it's gone from looking pretty easy for Rooster to now actually a bit of a struggle.
We're not anticipating the AWP on the B line there. And that's been a heavy punish. ASAP got to be the difference maker here from ladder room. I don't think that Rooster are getting out of B apartments anytime soon. Ooh, vents open. So it could be a cheeky little sneak into window room, maybe a silent drop from the bricks on offer, or a sneak up short.
DPR good for another one. No damage done by Rooster so far in this round, and P90 for Chell doesn't really fill me with confidence that we're going to see too much either. That's exactly the round that Mindfreak have been hunting for, and they can really start to make some inroads in this half now.
Building some confidence, no doubt about it. Very clean gun round in round number 6. And then last round after the tack timeout, they survived with 5 alive. Absolutely swat away that B execute attempt from Rooster. A mixed bag buy here from the Rooster side. Hero, AK, and AWP. Saving that next round, but with 2.4 loss bonus. TJ will be pretty broke if they drop this one. Just a split and pick approach. TJ walking out Palace on a very early timing here, looking to try to catch that player playing retake CT. He does find Tux. Danger trades, but with this player in a ramp, only with a Glock, I don't know if the trade potential is going to be there for Rackham. Oh, doesn't quite calculate the aim. Chelios has found that player on bricks in the meanwhile, so into a 3-on-3 now.
Certainly was a chance there for Rackham. If the first shot was a headshot, it might have been a sealed deal, but not so the case. So like you said, again, we turn our attention to what Chell's going to be able to do here with the AWP. He's going to be boosting Netic up into window. Or rather, not quite into window, but certainly the option is there.
Not a whole lot of info here for Mindfreak. DPR. He's got the deep B line, and he's kind of taken a little bit of a look at short. That's a great pickup for ASAP, who still has full util here. A side of the map being completely given by Mindfreak here. You're anticipating some kind of wrap through murder hole after the contact was made on middle. Rooster creeping up connector.
Should be afforded a bomb plant at least, so that's a start for Rooster. And Nedic holding the motor hole angle with a Glock. You know, you can still get a bit of work done on a close range angle like that. In fact, he probably won't come into play, and it's really going to be on to Chell and ASAP to negotiate this setup now. Got the flashes flying through the air. ASAP avoiding those. Chell good for the flick upwards onto Danger. He's always been good at those. And another one followed by the kill from ASAP. It makes for an easy clutch round in the end for Rooster.
Yeah, not even a full investment for them. Just a couple of hero rifles. Still get the job done. This is a vintage performance from Chelios right now. Another buy comes through for Mindfreak. We're starting to run out of cash. This would probably be a soft reset for the CT side if they drop this round. Push into underpass for Super. He's kind of on his lonesome here until he can get some support from Connector. Warleg's taking a lot of damage here in window and ends up going down. Another first pick in middle for Nedic.
Another one. Doesn't quite manage to find any more, but certainly the damage being done on the A-bomb site as well, though Chell is in all sorts of trouble there, and Tux has been able to double down. It's hanging in the balance once again. These rounds just seem so weird. The way that they're playing out, skirmishes all over the place. Tux has another, which means it's now on to Nedic to try to clutch it out with 2 HP. He's going to have to hit some sharp headshots to win it from here, and that Molotov is going to be more than enough.
Good recovery from Mindfreak on the verge of getting reset. Now another weird money situation for Rooster to navigate here. Chelios is in one of those moods right now. No matter what the money says for any of the teammates on Rooster, if Chelios has enough money for a primary weapon, it's a buy round. Back to that old mentality. Reset potential very much there for the CT side though. Both sides lacking cash with only $1,900 could really change the trajectory of this half for either side. Mindfreak need to scrape these rounds together. Heavy mid pressure for them, anticipating some kind of mid default, but they've misread it. It's only Nedic in underpass playing very passively, and Rooster have walked all the way out A. Nice trade from Chelios.
Need more to make their way into the site though. Over the top. And under the bottom is TJP and ASAP swinging in unison to find themselves another kill. Still continuing to make their inroads as well. And now the util starts to get dumped. TJP in a very dangerous position. Danger won't spot his head up. His extra height. Smoke's causing a bit of a problem, but inevitably TJP will fall. Time of the essence right now for Mindfreak, but they're getting the kills that they need, and now again it is on Chelios, all on his shoulders. A 1v3, but considering he's 17-5 right now, you get the sense that it might be possible. It's going to take some quick shots, and it would have taken a little bit of an earlier kill in that environment as well. So in the end, Mindfreak get away with one more, 4-6. Half's not necessarily hanging in the balance just yet, but Mindfreak are doing a good job of making it competitive.
Yeah, it's a good recovery, for sure, especially how the half started for them. Done a good job scratching and clawing their way back into it. Once again, Rooster. Get a bit of a mixed bag by Rackham buys an hero AK for Nedic, who actually, Rackham has not managed to put any kills together. Pretty rough game from him. After joining the Rooster roster at the end of last year, he was having some pretty phenomenal games domestically, keeping up with pretty much everyone else on Rooster, but today not looking fantastic. Might just be a gun dropper for Nedic, which given his statistics over the last 3 to 6 months, I don't think that's necessarily a bad thing.
Pop flash completely catches ASAP.
See Tux just proactively looking for early CT duels, and calling for utility from his teammates. Such a valuable skill, experience clearly shining through.
Well, Tux has been spotted out. And the Molotov is going to force him to change his position up. Nedic, though, can't quite take advantage of that. And in the end, the AK is going to drop for Rooster. So no success in round number 11. And what was looking like it was going to be a pretty dominant half from Rooster has been well clawed back by Mindfreak. We might find ourselves with a pretty even situation going into the second half here.
There we go, Rackham's on the board. Ends Tux's tirade. Can't quite make it across to the big site though, so 5th for Mindfreak. A chance to even things up. 6-6 is an excellent recovery of this half. 2.7 for Nedic and Rackham. Enough cash to put together the full buy that you'd like to see on the T side here, and TJ will go down to a Galil to get some extra util. Nedic swaps the scout over to Chelios for an AK. So buy definitely looking weaker for the Rooster side of things here. Again, quick mid smokes. Molly into A main for the CTs, and Castle Flash comes out. Molly to top mid. All the standard pieces of util. 1-3-1 for Rooster as they start to make some moves into middle here.
It's not necessarily a must-win for Rooster, but it would be a nice cherry on the top just to sort of say, all right, well, we did still win the half pretty well. If they could get the 7-5 here, even that after a 5-0 lead might not feel like enough, but it's certainly a far cry better than a 6-6 scoreline, which is perhaps where we're headed. Mindfreak to have looked the better team in the latter half of this half, and I've already picked up that opening kill in round number 12.
It's a great little move in the early round. HE nade into the mid window. Smoke gets a kill on the cross of top middle. So Rooster playing 4v5 from the get-go without really a whole lot of util to make use of. Chelios looks like he's going to apply some util pressure to B, maybe cause a bit of reaction in the rotations. And in fact, Rooster making this look like it's going to be a short B split with still some presence on A, and bottom connector indicates that they're really just looking to try to create some pressure towards the B side of the map and then try to catch this con timing with Nedic.
Unfortunately for them, there isn't really too much going on in con, or perhaps it's fortunate because they've decided to head in that direction, though Super is ready and waiting on the balcony. He's just going to spray down 2, and even though Rackham's got himself a nice deagle shot in there, it's not going to be enough cleanup from Tux, and 6-6 is the scoreline. So here we go back into the second half. 6-6 is the scoreline. Really hanging in the balance. Mind Freak doing a pretty good job against Rooster. They lost the first map. It was a close scoreline, 13-10. Holding up their end of the bargain on map 2 as well. So can't really say which way this one is going to end up going, whether it'll be a 2-0 or if we head to a map 3. But maybe the pistol will tell us a lot.
Chelios continues to try to play that hero role. Nedic's able to actually take contact from Con or Window, and TJ applying some pressure from Con as well. Although Chelios doesn't really get a whole lot done, and 2 players have copped a goosh in the meanwhile. Still not all said and done yet for Rooster, who have pushed Mind Freak out of middle for the time being. And it looks like the T's will start to join up with Danger, who's taken a pretty deep position here in towards Palace. Nedic trying to get himself into a deep spot, but both of these players on A are the players who are pretty battered than bruised at this point.
Yep, TJP and Nedic a bit under the weather. The smoke's coming across on the right side again from Mind Freak, and the shots don't connect here for Nedic. So down to just TJP to hold on for the rotate. Big rotate on the way in though from Rackham through the T-spawn, and it is a pretty quick one. He's actually going to go up to Palace instead of taking the A ramp peak. TJP good for one onto Danger as well. ASAP though in a lot of trouble. USP close range, not really going to work out for him. And it feels as though even though Rackham's got a strong position, he's not really going to be able to get anything out of it. It's just too late to have an impact for Rooster. And TJP in the meanwhile has lost his life as well. So this will be the T-side pistol for Mind Freak.
Spotted out, but still can't connect, and it's all just bait for Forlex to swing out jungle side. Mind Freak very much changing the momentum in this game of Mirage right now. This has started so well. What was it? Let me go double check the scoreboard here.
5-0.
Yeah, 5-0. At one point being up 6-2. And now we find ourselves at Mind Freak going 7-1 in the last however many rounds. Very impressive turnaround. Out dropping a scout over for Chelios here in round number 2. Rooster stacking up towards B. And with just a little bit of mid pressure here and a smoke into top Con, it does actually look as if Mind Freak is gearing up for a B-side hit the way that the bomb is trending. As Danger finds some information, or Tux finds some information at A or middle, this could be a bit disastrous. DPR making his way towards underpass here though, so I don't think Mind Freak are entirely decided on this course of action.
Well, this is maybe going to go wrong.
But look at Tux, he's got so much information at A. They have to cancel off this info. Your IGL sees a completely open A site, nothing in A ramp. You do not go B here.
Rooster looked like they almost want to force the issue, but they're not getting anything. It's just Super that's been left over here. Bomb's on its way over to A. Good call from Mind Freak. Good information gathering.
That's just experience right there. Knowledge of how to anti-eco. Perfect from Tux as well. The knife to boot. His calling and the way he's reading this game against Rooster and his individual level is actually insane. Like, I'm super impressed with Tux. He's been good ever since he came back, don't get me wrong, but it feels like he's getting better and better. And it feels like he's playing at the standard of when he was considered one of the best players in the region on a team that's not even considered to be a top 3 team in this region. Is super impressive. Like, Tux is really starting to kind of stake a claim that he's top tier yet again.
I don't disagree with you. Shell maybe does. Doing his best to hang on to the scout. And he'll get away with it. Rooster's going to need more than just a scout to get them back into this map. I mean, an 8-6 scoreline from a 5-0 lead that Rooster had starts to get a little bit worrisome. First CT gun round, though, for Rooster. We'll get to see what they're going to bring to the table. But again, it is just a scout for Chelios in this round. In fact, hasn't even invested any more on the util head armorless as well, so...
He's holding on to extra cash because if they lose this round, then they get the 2.9, 3.4. He's going to have all fun after the double save. I think that's what he's going for. Again, mid-window smoke. Top con smoke here for Mindfreak and Netting. Over the top of the window smoke does find Tux. Out comes the A ramp pressure, and there's so many players here from the CT side. HE need to respond as well. Mindfreak's getting nowhere fast. That's the round.
It.
Yeah.
That's what Rooster wants. They've got 4 guns. They don't care about losing the scout at all.
Yeah, that breaks the money there, Mindfreak. What to do? Super's double eco. You got a couple of players with enough cash to be able to buy up rifles. I don't mind this approach actually. 2 pistols, handful of util, a couple of rifles. Give it a crack. The reset potential is definitely not there. It's only soft reset on the CT economy if they win this round, but they've got to go for it nonetheless. CS2 changes have definitely made Mirage a little bit more interesting. It feels like the CTs have all kinds of little tricks and timings that they can use to find picks in middle against the standard T-side default.
A bit of spam from Nedic, and you got Chell over there in the ladder room looking in toward mid as well. Well, I'm done though to Mindfreak at this point in time, and Forlex is actually able to land a headshot onto Chelio, so I get it'll be a 4-on-5 start. Rackham will want to make sure that Mindfreak are unable to retrieve the AK that's in the ladder room.
Flash to con. Nedic in the pole position to even up the numbers here. Can he go for more? Tux has no armor and just a P250 here, and that's a huge double entry from Super. The B-Apps aggression in the 4v5 is what Rooster was going for, and they've been caught with their pants down. TJP cannot punish the cross there, Jordan.
Yeah, not over yet though. Flash has allowed TJP out, and he still wants to fight, but the shot's really just not landing. He couldn't even get a tickle onto Super, who somehow has just ripped open this round. And Mindfreak now relying on Nedic to just save this AK, maybe. I don't see the world where he's able to get this retake.
Picks up the kit, that might actually even encourage him further. But I think DPR's jump spotted him there. Just nice and safe info gathering there for Mindfreak. You can see the 2 X's in B-Apps on your minimap there for Rooster. After they lose their short player, they're robbed of all information towards middle. Mindfreak smoke off top con and window and pop flash into con. Rooster feel like they're losing control of the map. They've lost their presence in middle. And so they need to go for a push on the extremity, and that is punished with a huge double headshot on the Tech 9 from Super. That changes the trajectory of this game so hugely. We're talking about Mindfreak just scraping a bye together for round 16. And now they've been able to make use of those 2 pistols, upgrade a couple of rifles along the way, and put a lot of pressure on Rooster's economy. A chance now at a soft reset on that CT side and to push themselves to double digits. Mindfreak with 1400 loss bonus are also pretty broke if they drop this one. It's a 1-4 here, looking for an A timing after a bit of mid pressure from Tux.
Starting to feel like every single one of these rounds are a must-win for Rooster, especially with the economic situation as dire as it is. Mindfreak are definitely putting Rooster through their paces over the last couple of days.
There is no support flashes here for ASAP under balcony. TJ and Nedic both don't have one. It's only smokes on the A side of the map here. 3 players in position to try to defend, but not a whole lot of reactive utility. Massive util advantage here for Mindfreak as the exec comes in.
ASAP with a lot to do. He's got the 1-for-1, which is about the par score, but somebody else is going to have to go big for Rooster right here, and it might be TJP. Head ripped off, though, by Forlex. It's just the AK M4 difference. TJP got the first shot, but second wasn't able to slide on through. So another tough retake on offer here for Rooster. Rackham will get a nice one onto Forlex. He needs to be aware of that player lurking through the smoke, and luckily he's got Nedic behind him to help out. It's danger now, 1-on-3. His position not yet known, but has to be anticipated in a main. Defuse is on from Nedic, and Chelios will cover it off. Rooster are not going down either. This is a real blow for blow at the moment.
Absolutely. Nail biter of a game right now on our hands. Bomb plant, despite the minimum loss bonus, gives Mindfreak an option to consider a buy here. 2.9 and 2.6 for Super and DPR, though, gonna make things difficult, make them consider maybe a half buy or some hero AKs invested. Rooster's money also looking shaky here, and indeed it will be a half buy with hero AK out from Mindfreak. Looking to take the single save. The bomb plant definitely giving them access to a whole lot more funds in the long run. Great retake from Rooster in that last round. Like I said, the difficulty to multi-frag there as ASAP without any flash support from the teammates, but the retake is really what got it done there. For Rooster on that CT side. Good takeout from Mindfreak. Was almost caught with nade in hand, but it's Nedic to mop up from Con.
Rackham in for the swing into mid to grab himself another one, and a second as well. So here we go, equalized one more time, and the momentum is shifted back into the favor of Rooster.
Yeah.
You always get the sense that Mindfreak is going to have another sort of trick up their sleeves.
Yeah, I mean, that's massive for Rooster, though. 5 alive. The hero AK does absolutely no damage, which means danger's down to Galil armor, single flash this round. And Rooster have got plenty of cash to continue to reinvest here at 9 apiece. CT side looking a little more favored. Molly deep, and it's going to be a little bit of A-ramp aggression for TJP and Rackham here. Just sliding out onto the line. Can't see Forlex through the flames, but 2 players there to trade. Still not too bad for Rooster. Danger looking to try to punish the cross, but eats a nade from jungle. Mindfreak not really moving around too much here at all. Double nade at ticket there for TJP. So you can have a think about when to invest those. Try to do a bit more chip damage. Maybe even double nade the plant, which is something that you've seen a little bit more on maps like Vertigo. Something to consider in this retake ticket position. There's a top con smoke and a flash over the top of ramp. Late lurk through underpass going to be held at bay now for Super, who waits behind a Molotov for now. Still a lot of mid presence here for Rooster. Chelios on the top mid line, and Nedic going to actually walk up to top mid. So Rooster quite happy to give up both extremities and just play for the retake flood through middle. Keep an eye on how Super's able to deal with that from unders. He's got a nice timing here, perhaps.
Shell can't land the shot onto the player in main, who strays to the side to avoid it. Super's also been able to find Nedic, and it's slipping away from Rooster a little bit, but lots of low HP players there for Mindfreak, and Super, oh, he's not going to be checked by ASAP. Almost the due diligence was done, but not quite enough. Still, with 20 seconds on the clock, the pressure is on Mindfreak. DPR with the C4 in hand is going to have to somehow get across. Chell just needs one bullet, and he can't land it. It's on to TJP, who also just needs one. Gets rid of Super, but the plant did go down. The spam so good from TJP is enough. It's a costly round for Rooster, but they have their lead.
TJ from that retake position, that's a huge 4K after a bit of a quieter game so far. Couple of quiet individuals on Rooster. Chelios and Nedic definitely doing the heavy lifting. With the bomb plant, Mindfreak's money, 3K apiece. They know that reset potential is definitely within reach, but if they want to achieve it, they'd have to go for a mixed bag buy with Galils and AKs. So instead, they'll opt to, once again, play the long game. Half buy with the hero AK, try to do some economic damage and max out that loss bonus. This game is very tight. Rooster, on the other hand, really need to try to make sure this is a clean round, but look at this quick A timing, straight out ramp here in Palace already. TJP holding on from side, and you did not expect such a cleanup like that between those 2 players. I thought Mindfreak had hit a really nice timing out A ramp there, and they all just get sprayed down in an instant.
It's just what they needed though, Rooster. After having a pretty expensive previous round, they can really build that money back up again. 11-9. Tactical timeout from Mindfreak. They're definitely under the pump now. It's going to be another close finish for sure, but it's certainly Rooster with their noses in front and looking like they might be able to 2-0 this one.
That timeout for Mindfreak, who have maxed out their loss bonus, so without too much room for error, I mean, they'll still be able to have access to cash if Rooster can put this on series point, try to push for OT. But it's going to take a good couple of gun rounds in a row for Mindfreak here to actually eke out in front here at the end of Mirage. Rooster's done a really good job of building up that economy, and they are often quite diligent about saving their weapons if the rounds don't go so well. So they're definitely going to be min-maxing their buys here. More presence towards middle, no A lurk this time for Mindfreak. May indicate that they're looking for a B ending. Alex stuck with a Mac 10 there at the tap in top middle is really not a comfortable position to be in, especially given that ASAP's having a look for him and throwing some util his way.
Good damage. Bit of a tickle on the Tux and Forlex, both about half HP. Mindfreak can't really say that they've got mid-control here either. And the nade... Oh, I thought that was going to do some damage to Forlex, but might have just got stuck on something.
Yeah. Mindfreak applying pressure to the B side as well here with the progression smoke. But after all of this pressure in middle, pressure in B, that kind of made it look like they were looking for a short split. They have kind of been repelled away by the early pressure in the round here for Rooster. A lot of presence on Cat and Connector, making Mindfreak's life very difficult. And Mindfreak instead starting to reposition. Got to go back and re-clear this A side, but they know that with a lot of presence in middle from the CT side, there shouldn't really be too much going on in A, especially a smoke into Palace on that timing is going to tell them that likely it's going to be a retake setup here and a flash into ramp as well. But 30 seconds to complete this A split here for Mindfreak.
Medic goes down quickly, but timing on the peak from Rackham was good. Shots didn't quite connect. Still, he's softened the targets up enough for ASAP, who's found 2 in the round. It is just DPR and Danger. And behind the smoke lurks TJP, ready to deny the bomb plant. Easy kill for him, and with that, pretty much the round is sealed. DPR's working hard, but in the end, 12-9 the score, and Rooster 1 round away from securing the 2-0.
Yeah, no bomb plant there for Mindfreak. Gonna rob them of an extra couple of grenades, force 1 or 2 players down onto the Galils most likely. Third tack timeout there for Mindfreak. And like you said, I mean, look, they've been playing pretty decently today. They did get the upper bracket upset over Rooster last time around, but it's just been a tiny little bit in it. Rooster eking their way over the top. Definitely has not really looked like Rooster's A game here in the Chengdu qualifier, even with this 2-0 over Mindfreak. Definitely a couple of quiet performers over Rooster, over on the side of Rooster, which if they do secure a serious point here, is definitely going to be some question marks for the grand final against Greyhound. But let's see if we get a last hurrah here for Mindfreak. It's going to need to be 3 gun rounds in a row to keep themselves alive in this series and give themselves a chance to push through to Overpass, which they did beat Rooster on in the upper bracket. Quick smoke to window. A little bit of util pressure towards mid. Mindfreak not in a rush to be going anywhere, and Rooster, as opposed to the 1-3-1s we were seeing in the heavy mid pressure earlier, are instead a bit more spread around the map in a 2-1-2. Nedic just playing for info in middle.
No one's cleared out TJP just yet. Nate's going to go into his position, soften that target up. Mindfreak looking elsewhere though, to try to make some inroads. They haven't got a huge amount of map control over toward B, which will be a little problematic. 1 minute left on the clock. They're going to have to take their time clearing out apartments.
Oh, look at this massive shift as that window smoke comes in. Rooster immediately shift out of A and look to potentially hold middle quite strongly here with a window smoke and a con smoke coming in. Rooster is well positioned to fight for this mid control.
Nedic waiting alongside TJP. Surely this doesn't go well for Mindfreak if they try to push through the smoke. As it starts to fade, Nedic sits inside of it, and they do find TJP as well. Forlex somehow gets the 2 kills he needs to get into this bomb site, and Chell, good for one, but that is definitely not enough. And Mind Freak, it feels like they've just negotiated a disaster somehow. And there's nothing that ASAP will be able to do about that bomb plant.
These double AWPs are funny picks on the cross, though. But at this stage in the game, yeah, pretty low percentage retake to be attempting. So Mind Freak, they find themselves a pretty key round here. Gonna need 2 more in a row to push this through to OT.
Yeah, it seemed like it was a perfect setup for Rooster to fall away from them. Not just that, but they've lost both of the AWPs as well.
How much reset potential does that give Mind Freak here? I think actually quite a bit. 3.7 and 1.5 between ASAP and Netic. So, although they had a couple of players on 10k, TJP's had to burn through all of that cash, dropping over an M4. The money on 1900 loss bonus here is not looking good for Rooster. If Mind Freak can just eke out this gun round, they can break the CT side money and potentially put Rooster on a pretty poor looking 4-spite to fight for series point here. OT is definitely achievable. This round going to be much harder than round 24 though if Mind Freak can make it there. Initial 1-3-1s for both teams.
13-10 also on offer for Rooster. They got that in the first map. They could do it again here. And make for a pretty painful loss for Mind Freak, who would have been then close in both maps, but unable to get either over the line after beating Rooster in the earlier stages of this tournament. Either way, it's been a pretty good effort from Mind Freak today, but you do get the sense that they can go a little bit further. They can push this one out, maybe even to a map 3. Keep the dream alive. Lux will spot Netic first, but Netic's just a little bit sharper on the shots, and somehow he's out of there. Super doesn't quite get away with the kill.
Yeah, Super knows he's got a timing here, though. Able to make it across the stairs. Spotted by TJP. That is such a sharp readjustment on the player playing retake from jungle, and a couple of frags come in through middle. Bombs drop, though. They've got to retrieve that, despite the fact they've found space on A. They can't quite scramble across to the site yet.
Trouble is, ASAP can't see anything. The smoke obscuring his vision. And that is going to allow Mind Freak in to get the bomb plant down. This will be a bit of a decision to be made for Rooster now. Do they want to go for it 3-on-3 for the retake? Bearing in mind, next round, they're not going to have a lot of money. Chell hasn't been able to find the opener. ASAP still lurking, waiting to show his face, and it's going to be shown right to Super, who bangs it off, and that'll be the save called for Netic, but he's on 6 HP. I don't think he even survives anymore. Certainly not with Super on the side, and that is the big round that Mind Freak has been searching for. It's going to break the CT economy and give them a very real chance of making it to the OT now.
That's huge impact from Super. Able to find the space after Netic gets so tagged up. The kill on TJP was absolutely massive to start to call the pivot in towards A from middle. And like I said, money's terrible for Rooster. Deagle armor 4-spite with an MP9 on ASAP. Mind Freak know they've got this game in the palm of their hands. Oh, danger. He's lucky that Deagle isn't on old patch anymore, taking 2 body shots like that.
So far, so good for Mind Freak. Rackham is patiently waiting with the Deagle for anything to happen. But hasn't been given his chance and now smoked off. It'll be Mind Freak taking mid control pretty comfortably in the end. Once they've had mid control, they have generally been pretty good at converting the rounds. They've seen a lot of success working up through connector.
I like this as well. They got to pick on A. They're just keeping things simple. They're not overthinking it. They've been given that mid control. They've got to pick in Palace. Just kick off this A split. There's 3 players over here for Rooster with the Deag armor. TJ pushing in close towards ramp.
Netic. Oh, gets the first. Doesn't have many bullets left for the second, so now it's on to TJP. And he doesn't even get the chance to fire a shot. Super is sizzling at the moment. He's finding everything he needs. And it is OT confirmed. 12 apiece. Mind Freak will not let Rooster finish this series off.
Love to see this from Mind Freak. Not only does this deliver us an exciting game before we even make it to the grand final, but this honestly is getting me more and more interested in our domestic CS scene. You know, we've seen a lot of the same over the last few years. If we can start to see some of these teams just simmering in the sub-top, the tier 2 of Oceania below the top 3 teams like Mindfreak, continue to contest teams like Rooster, who I will admit, to play devil's advocate, are clearly not really playing their A game here today. Definitely some quieter individual performances than you'd usually see from a team like Rooster. But you've got to give credit where credit's due from a team like Mindfreak, who, yeah, were far from playing their A game last year, but this year have turned up pretty huge, and I really want to see that continue. I want to see Mindfreak keep this same level of performance, because I think it's going to be really, really good for the quality of games here in our Oceanic scene, and also good for the development of the whole scene. Give teams like Rooster a bit more of a kick up the butt from beneath rather than trying to reach for Greyhound.
Yeah, look, if every qualifier went the way that this Chengdu qualifier has gone, I don't think we could complain too much. We've seen some really competitive games. It feels like in a lot of cases, those games could have really gone either way as well. They haven't been foregone conclusions. Bit of a change up from Rooster with some presence into mid early in the round. It's kind of forced Mindfreak back. Chell will need to be careful with those 2 players in Palace who have now been smoked off.
Mindfreak looking for a pick towards jungle side after some mid pressure perhaps. Tux feels like he's got space over here on cap, but there's so many players surrounding him, and Netic, the first one he makes contact with, does put him down. So a man disadvantage here for Mindfreak. Without really too much presence around the map, Forlex will have to go back for the bomb, and they're just going to have to try to creep out A on the timing. It's a full retake setup for Rooster, not even a player at ticket here. Looking like ASAP going to walk down B apartments with Chelios on the line, which is going to be a nice info push in the mid-round. So going to once again have to rely on this retake situation. DJ trying to apply some pressure from the cross.
Smokes in. TJP's out in front of it. Edix there as well. Rackham through connector 2. Rooster have numbers on this site. And they're not really making great use of them so far. Super able to double down. Chelios from CT gets the important frag, and then Netic is able to deny the bomb plant. There was no one that could cover Super. That'll just about win the round. DPR can't get much done, and it is Rooster that will start the OT in front.
I mean, losing that pick in middle on Tux is pretty difficult for Mindfreak to deal with. Definitely tried their best to fight out A and trade out effectively. But I think if that round's going to be successful, Super, who has been in excellent form the last couple of rounds, definitely can't stick that. Got to try to look for more. Tap the bomb, try to take some more duels towards CT or jungle. But it was difficult from the get-go. So first round of OT going the way of Rooster, who now once again shift into a bit more of a 2-1-2. Mindfreak, heavy presence towards middle this time. Ooh,
That's
that
a
is
very nice nade.
Yeah, hell of a nade from Netic. Rooster playing quite hands-off in middle.
Yeah, it's been a little bit more like what they were doing during regulation. Super has been able to creep into window, and Netic possibly aware of it.
Chelios was waiting a long time for someone to peek cat like that. Patience has paid off.
Oh, Tux's little noggin over the top of that smoke is going to be giving him away. An easy kill for Netic, but a lot of this comes down to the timing of Super, who does get it right. And he has looked very sharp. 23 and 18. Good kill onto Netic. Not sure that it's going to be enough to get them back into this round, though.
This though, DPR up cat there. He's read that so well. He's found the gap in the CT defense and taken some B control. But look at ASAP.
Still, yeah.
Deep in apps. Yeah, this could be troublesome. Are they going to check him? Super does go down, but that's at least not the player with the bomb. Danger can try to clean up this player in apps. They're going to try and pinch him.
Danger's making noise, and ASAP makes for an easy kill there. I think a little bit of extra time available for Mindfreak to try to negotiate that one, but certainly under pressure. Danger hot-footing it. Is going to give it up to ASAP. Really nicely played round by ASAP, though. 3 kills there, and that is going to be the 14th for Rooster.
Yeah, These trades in middle are not going well for Mindfreak. Rooster the last couple of rounds, his initial rounds of overtime. Forlex goes down to Chell on the free pick. Tux has been first or second pick twice on Cat and Connector. Rooster definitely isolating these picks on Mindfreak early on. Tends to be putting them ahead from the get-go. So Mindfreak, after a lack of success in middle, looking to change things up. Maybe look for an A timing this time around.
TJP again, another good grenade. The nade usage has been quite sublime from Rooster so far in the OT. This looks like it's going to be a faster attempt toward the A site from Mindfreak, but Rooster well prepared for that, and they've already got Rackham progressing pretty quickly in through mid toward T-spawn. So even if Mindfreak do make it in onto this A bomb site, they're going to have to be aware of that pinch coming from behind a little earlier than you would usually anticipate. 1 for 1 on the entry. It's not enough to really settle the nerves for Mindfreak, who do desperately need a round out of this far of OT. DPR is going to try to go and clear out Rackham, which will prove successful. Mindfreak, pretty heads-up play from them. 2 on 4. And it is starting to look like Mindfreak will at least be able to salvage one. Not really much in this one for Chelios anymore with the 1v4 on offer. So, has to be said, Rooster come out of that one ahead, no doubt, but at least Mindfreak have something to work with.
Absolutely. Good change up. Definitely mid was looking like a bit of a liability in those first 2 rounds of overtime, so just mixing in the A play worked a lot better for them that time. Now shifting back over to that CT side. Just edging out ahead here. Quick smokes in the middle once again. Straight out is Tux, who, after getting first picked on the T side, is looking to dish out the same over to Rooster. And disadvantage now for the T side here.
Molotov in the face of Nedic is going to keep him at bay for the moment. Nade into the smoke. Won't really reveal too much for Rooster. There wasn't anyone there to gain the information.
This is a window smoke and a top con smoke for Rooster, denying information to the CT side. Rackham starts to make moves towards Palace. Going to try to consolidate this round with the good old A split here.
It's a nice one from Nedic. Stabilizing the numbers again for Rooster. And with Rackham starting to make his way in through Palace, this is starting to look like a quite susceptible A-bomb site. On the other hand, Super that's defending, and he's usually pretty good. Doesn't matter how good the flash is, Super is just better. He's got the kill on the Rackham. Still got more util headed in his direction, but the fact that he even gets that kill might be the miracle that keeps Mindfreak in this round. Forlex, the better of Nedic. And now a 2 on 4 required. TJP and ASAP. It all rests on the shoulders of this flash. Has it gone a little bit too deep? TJP has got no idea. There's a player in the smoke, but ASAP spots out Super, and it's not over just yet. Mindfreak still have 3 players left, and they have to make this retake work. ASAP down. TJP sitting on the bomb. Can't land his shots, and DPR will keep it alive for Mindfreak. It's a unreasonable round, but they've gotten through it.
It started out well from the get-go. Tux with that first pick. Feels like that is the all-important difference maker in overtime right now. Not many 4v5s being converted. So Mindfreak even up the scoreline here. 2 in a row either way to just close this out and move us through to overpass on Mindfreak's side of things, or to the grand final for Rooster, who are being put through their paces. Quick boost into ladder room here for Mindfreak. Play complete retake on this A side. Chelios, an opportunity missed. Will cost him 36 hit points. Some more flash and nade usage in middle for Mindfreak. Looking for a pick in the mid round. But with the pace that Rooster's setting, there are no opportunities to be found for the CT side just yet.
Similar approach indeed. Super's going to be the pivotal player. Hasn't quite found the timing to have a look into connect zones, so Rooster will make their way up unscathed, which is news to Danger, who does lose his life, and Corlex can't quite land the shots required to dispatch of TJP. They're going to go through the Molotov. Nedic and ASAP tried, and it ended up being a big problem, but then Chell also able to strike. It's just an absolute brawl between these two teams, but as has been the case, Super reigning supreme, 28-20, and it is now map point for Mindfreak. How did we get here? I don't know, but Rooster have some salvaging to do.
Oh, the resilience from Mindfreak is just brilliant to watch, though. They just will not die. And although we're singing Super's praises, he's doing well. Forlex, I think, is leading him in damage and opening tools. So, a lot of work being done across the board right now for Mindfreak to keep them in this game mid-pressure. Straight off the bat here, ASAP scrambling back, trying to join up with TJP and make sure that they're able to punish the CTs if they step further afoot. Nedic also lurks in underpass. Double swing from the CT side. How has he died there? That was a very fast pink from Tux, and another man advantage, and another first pick from Tux in middle.
Got to be so frustrating for Rooster at this point. It really felt like it was their game to lose, and, well, maybe they will just do that. Map 3, not something that Rooster would like to be seeing at this point in time, but with that kill from DPR, you're now finding yourself requiring a 3-on-5. And Mindfreak have looked really good on the CT side, so I don't imagine that that is going to happen here today for Rooster. Not to mention the fact that their two best players on this map have been knocked out of the round, Chell and Nedic. So someone else is going to have to step up here for Rooster. And 44 seconds time is certainly ticking away from this Rooster T side. Bit of damage onto DPR, who was spotted out at the ticket booth, but not enough to find a kill, and Tux is flashed up over the top. Everything working in unison for Mindfreak, and it's nearly a perfect round to finish off the map. Super does fall, so too does Tux, but TJP on 4 HP. Surely not. And that is 16-14. Mind force us through to overpass, and I can't believe it. I mean, I really thought that that was going to be that Rooster 2-0, but another twist and another turn, and perhaps another win on the cards for Mindfreak.
I mean, you've got to give credit where credit's due. That was a sick map. That was a really, really good comeback. And those are the kind of things that you want to see from teams of Mindfreak's level who are kind of trying to punch up into the top 3. Like, how many times do you watch one of those teams below the top 3 playing a Rooster or playing a Vertex, and they get behind and you just go, well, the game's done. Like, they're not coming back from this one. So to see Mindfreak show such tenacity and resilience, be able to actually just play good CS. They weren't, cutting corners. They weren't taking risks. They weren't, doing anything gimmicky to win that game. That was just solid fundamental CS to grind it all the way back and push us through to overpass, which, look, they beat Rooster on in that initial upper bracket game. So, look, let's see what we're going to get from the third map. I'm keen for it.
Yeah, indeed. All right, well, time for us to take a quick break, get ourselves sorted. Go grab yourself some dinner if you need it. The third map is coming up right after this. Well, we find ourselves on map 3 once again between Rooster and Mind Freak, reminiscent, of course, of their match yesterday. Not really what we were expecting, though, Pilski. I thought, at least for me, I was kind of ready to put map 2 in the book there for Rooster, but very nice comeback from Mind Freak and pushed it to the OT and won.
100%, and now they've kind of shown that, you know, they can beat Rooster on a variety of different maps. You know, it's only a lot of the time we look at these underdog teams and we say like, oh, well, if they get the right maps, they can win. But I was starting to see a bit more of a map pool from Mind Freak, even, you know, able to win on Mirage, which was Rooster's pick. Last time around, they lost Rooster's pick. And let's see if they can repeat their overpass victory. It was actually a pretty decisive one, 13-7. In the favor of Mind Freak in the upper bracket. That is not particularly close game in MR12 format. So Mind Freak starting out on the T side, collecting some space in connector with 4 players over there. Chelios looking for a kill on the cross here.
Well, no info going to be going his way as he just decides to fall back into the A site instead. Mind Freak, for their own right, taking it slow and steady at the moment. Sooner or later, you'd expect a bit of util to get tossed here by Tux.
Yeah, looking like just the one-man A exec. The rest of the boys sent on in. Chelios still on his lonesome here on the A side. No rotates from the rest of Rooster.
Nope. And if 1 or 2 of these flashes land, then he's going to be in a bit of trouble. But so far, at least able to fire back, but doesn't land the shots that he would have wanted. You'd almost expect that will be the pistol for Mind Freak when you get into the A site that easily. But of course, when you're up against Rooster, it often tends to be a bit of a different storyline. And ASAP charging his way in will also lose his head. But Netic double dualies. He's got the dualies, rather. Needs a double kill, maybe even more than that with those to keep this round exciting. Lest it maybe be Mind Freak locking in another rematch against Greyhound.
3K from Super, continuing his good form through from Mirage. Mind Freak last time around started CT side and it was pretty back and forth half, a 7-5 against Rooster's T side. But their T side was super good. They ended up going 6-2 and they've started out yet again good on the T side, this time in the first half instead of the second. Pistol's gone well. Now an anti-eco gets a full save from the side of Rooster, who, you know, in this iteration of their team, definitely did play a little bit of overpass, particularly against Vertex, who don't mind, or Bounties Kangaroos as they're now known, who don't mind a bit of overpass. So it's definitely been a map that they mixed into their pool in the last year or a bit, year and a half or so. Started playing more often since mid to late 2022, I think. Prior to that, did not really have as good of a map pool or as good of results in the region. Definitely had their breakout year last year, going to Pro League twice.
Definitely want to see a nice clean anti-eco here from Mind Freak, and they're well on the way to doing that. Setting up toward the B site, which is completely undefended. This would be the perfect start for Mind Freak if they could get that 3-0. Yep.
Utils in all the right places, and they've spotted the flood out connector.
Yeah, info's on as well. Spotted a couple of those Rooster members, so pretty good idea that the vast majority of them are in towards short water now and potentially starting to look to filter their way in through Monster Tunnel. Shouldn't be any players going down here for Mind Freak. Certainly shouldn't be losing any of those rifles. I think for me, that's the pass score. If you get through with the 3 rifles, then all good. But ideally, every single one of these guns goes through the next round for Mind Freak. And good setup, pretty much going to ensure that that will be the case. Very well done. Fundamentals on display. And Rooster into their first gun round of the map. But like I said, perfect start for Mind Freak here. Would be a 3-0 lead. And they've got a couple of saved SMGs, which can still be useful here, considering 2 players don't have head armor.
Say 1S purchases. See what they're going to make use of these SMGs. Can sometimes kind of pigeonhole you into a quicker strat or doing some kind of set exi. base grouped up towards B. It's looking like a B set play. Rooster set up very well to defend that though. 3 on the B bomb site with 2 in connector ready to flood. They've given up the A side of the map. Mindfreak will need some really clean entries to try to make this round work. Keeping an eye on Rackham as well. How will he use his reactive utility? He's got a full belt from ABC. The counter flashes and the util on short B used correctly. He's actually funneled that across to TJP, who can probably drop a reactive smoke up on barrel side or a molly on short. So Rackham's only really going to need to worry about throwing the counter flash once the B exit comes in.
ASAP ready and waiting at pillar, and the Molotov giving him the information as he hears that tickling at the feet of Mindfreak. He's going to bide his time, but is overwhelmed actually by danger, and TJP with a very wayward spray only gets 1 and eventually chased down by Forlex as well. Look at how low the Mindfreak players are, and yet they're still getting through this one. It's got to be another frustrating round for Rooster, but end of the day, they're probably just going to have to call the save here.
It's just crazy, isn't it? Like, usually you'd see these Rooster players mop up an exit like that with ease. You know, we're seeing whiffed sprays. We're not seeing the same multi-frag potential from these Rooster players that we're used to seeing, and Mindfreak is taking full advantage of that. They've just essentially won their bonus with a couple of SMGs. They've dropped 1 SMG. Super can probably, even exactly that, upgrade to an AK. So they've actually gone +1 rifle after all said and done. Pretty much the dream starts at the T side on overpass here. I'm getting very concerned about Rooster.
Yeah, so am I. This is, I think, why we were pretty confident yesterday that Bad News Kangaroos was actually going to be able to get the better of Rooster. Because we had seen that loss to Mindfreak, and we'd seen Bad News Kangaroos play pretty well against Greyhound.
Yeah,
But I think the win last night against BNK kind of restored some of the confidence, and now it's getting picked apart again by Mindfreak. So, again,
like
credit to Mindfreak.
got their number right now. That's what it feels like to me.
Yeah, I mean, great day from Super. Tux as well, pretty solid performance from him. DPR, I think, has been quite solid with the AWP too.
Yeah.
Kind of hard to find a fault in the Mindfreak lineup tonight.
I mean, looking at the stats, there really isn't one. Actually, Tux is... Or is this the last series? Yeah, Tux is actually -17 for the series, and the rest of the team
Today?
are all even. Yeah, today.
What?
He had it because he had a really bad Anubis. He was -15 on Anubis.
All right.
And he was only -2 on Mirage. He had a good Mirage, though. But really, it's been Super. +19, 100 ADR over the first 2 maps. He has been insane. Which, compared to the other series, he was in the series they won against Rooster in the upper bracket, he was -16. In this series, he's +19.
Well, making amends.
100%. Playing much, much better second time around.
Well, time ticking away in this round as well. 40 seconds left on the clock. Mindfreak not going anywhere quickly. They've still got 2 players outside of A, 3 outside of B. Util's getting tossed towards A at the moment, attempting to draw a rotation off of this B bomb site, but Rooster are very dedicated to staying here on B, and that's going to be the undoing of Tux, not to mention the bomb now spotted. ASAP does get that kill. Rackham holding onto short as well. And it's just a unfortunate setup from Mindfreak, really. Can't get rid of the Rooster players that they need to. Super won't be the Superman for this one. He can't save this round anymore.
That setup just working exactly as intended. After time, down goes Super. He's still got 6.8, so it's not going to matter too much that he didn't get any cash that round. But Rooster putting together a win in a round where they didn't have a lot. And the setup works exactly as intended. First player takes contact on the monster. Gets the first pick immediately. Molotov, the player who scales up short to try to trade those players outside a monster, gets caught by the player in water on the off angle. Every single angle working as intended for Rooster there. Mindfreak again. It's just BBB, isn't it?
Well, it seems to be, as a general rule, working out pretty well. That's a 2-for-1 entry. Back against Forlex, of course. But there's always one more Mind Freak member ready to go, and this time it's Tux. So 2 on 4 for Rooster. And just when it starts to feel like it's gotten going, there's another blocker put in by Mind Freak, so it'll be 4-1.
That beat timing was so crisp. The execute just completely catching off Rooster. The pace change from Mind Freak is absolutely beautiful there. Big 2K from Tux coming in on the entry with 4 legs. And Rooster saving 2 weapons yet again. A glass cannon open and A1S. They've still got 2 loss bonus, so I wouldn't be surprised to see them take a single save because I don't think they're hard reset here. Yeah, 2.6, 3.5 for ASAP. Look, you could consider some kind of force here. You want to drop an A1S and a FAMAS. Something that you could think about. And Rooster do often like to go for this mixed approach of 2 players forcing and 3 saving. Which ends up working out for them sometimes. Looks like they are indeed going to buy up here. And it's a decent looking buy. Mind Freak with plenty of cash. Another clean round. That's something they're doing really well. They're winning a lot of these rounds very cleanly. And they say, we're just going to keep going B until you can stop us.
If it
See
ain't
how
broke,
Rooster go this time.
don't fix it. Morlex is certainly doing work on those entries. The Max end this time able to find TJP's head and Tux the second man in. Also looking solid. It's Mind Freak just barreling through this B side at the moment.
But with a double entry. Warlex and Tux.
At what point do they throw in a change-up, though?
It feels like Groundhog Day for Rooster right now. Get double entry by Warlex and Tux at B. Go save. This B exec is worth its weight in gold, and now Mind Freak can condition Rooster if they want. You know, you can start to see some fakes come in. A little bit more difficult on Overpass to throw those early round fakes. You know, some other maps with shorter rotation distance, you could, if this B exec is working really well on Mirage, for example, you could definitely run fakes off of it. On Overpass, a little bit harder to do just because of how A is structured. It takes such a long time to progress through that part of the map to make an early round execute work as a fake. So we'll see what Mind Freak opt for. The B endings have definitely been working well, and that is going to start to plague the back of the minds of Rooster.
Is it B again from Mind Freak?
Not this time.
Maybe not.
Going to be con control and short B. So working the middle of the map heavily, and I actually like this variation of a default, given how well B has been working. Taking space in the middle of the map and towards B and taking connector off of the CTs is exactly what you want to do as the Ts here when the B ending has been working so well, because Rooster have no info towards B. Oh, they're even going to nade stack on the pillar, which is where they've seen ASAP play multiple times. It's just perfect calling for Mind Freak right now. And then straight into the B exec.
Yep, so well drilled, this Mind Freak team at the moment. Everything working in unison. The hit hasn't actually come in just yet. TJP still trying to hold on at Monster, and rotation's been pulled by Rooster as well. Mind Freak actually
They got a minute.
the cancel.
Their counter util was super good there for Rooster. And Mind Freak, they know they've got time here. Even if they don't take any space at A, like even just cutting noise is going to start to put some question marks in the mind of Rooster, keep the rotations a little bit honest, and instead of 4 on B here, Chelios has been forced to rotate back up to truck on A. Mind Freak Gas looking to slink back up connector. And like I said, this is where the B endings and the fakes are worth their weight in gold for Mind Freak, because they've gone for the B side default and worked that connector control, which gives them a plan B to work back up towards A. It's going to take a hero performance on the AWP from Chelios, but that's a great start.
TJP is able to get himself one over on the B bomb side and pretty much ensure that there's nothing happening down there. So that extra player on his way up, it's not quite quickly enough there, Nedic, and Cello had to fall off as well. So bomb plant was enabled, and it's a 3-on-3 post plant, which again favorable enough for Mind Freak here. They don't have any delaying util, to be fair, but similarly, Rooster doesn't have any util to get them back into this site. They've only got the one kit there for TJP as well. So they are going to have to be moving pretty quickly. And if TJP gets knocked over right here, then that might just be the round over and done with, because that defuse kit is in an awkward spot. And Chell has no time and no head either. Tux reigning supreme, 6-1. Mindfreak are really doing this.
Yeah, this is domination right now on the T side from Mindfreak, which is exactly what we saw actually in that upper bracket game. They went 6-2. Didn't really seem to slip up at all against the side of Rusa. They're going for yet another kind of mixed bag approach here. Oh, dropped over by Rackham to Chelios. Hero A1S on ASAP. 2 players forcing, 3 saving. And Mindfreak switching up the pace. We've seen nothing but B endings. Then we saw a short B and connector default where they took map control over there. This time 3-1-1. Default towards A. Takes some space over there. It's kind of more of a standard play on overpass that you'd expect to see in first gun round or when you're feeling your opponent out. Chelios not given an opportunity to go for a pick on the cross. Flash goes over long A, so that's some space for Mindfreak over in that part of the map. Smoke to front bathrooms. Molly to divider. Taking the halfway point in the map now as the T side, but with only a minute on the clock, they've got to decide what they want to do in the mid to late round. Sooner rather than later.
Another resmoke for Monster. Rooster cycling through what little utility they have left. TJP, to be fair, holding on to quite a bit down there on B, and so is ASAP, but up on A, it's looking pretty thin. Just the one flash here for Rackham. So if it ends up being an A hit, then Mindfreak might well be able to knock over Rooster again in yet another round. You do have some degree of presence up on this side of the map from Rooster. 3 players toward A. Chell needs the opening kill. Won't quite get it. Super tickled, but not finished off, and ends up being 1 for 2. Mindfreak finding it a little bit more tough this time around. They haven't finished off Chelios until danger arrives, and Rackham into long picks up the AK and is able to make good use of that. It's just danger who, for 10 seconds, has a chance, and the spin was almost in. Imagining, I am, but it didn't happen.
Still though, that's not a clean round for Rooster. Although they didn't invest a whole lot in it, just 2 players forced up and 3 saving. It's still going to be an expensive one. They've reduced their loss bonus. They don't have a whole lot of cash in the back pocket outside of TJP. So the soft reset potential is there for a Mindfreak team who's been closing out these T-side gun rounds so easily that they just have so much cash to continue to keep the press on Rooster here. Again, it's a short B default. Danger gets water control. Mindfreak working their way up connector. Not really too much proactivity for Rooster. We haven't seen many contests of bathrooms or long A. The only time Roosters really fought A or the middle of the map was the connector setup. Triple nade to barrels this time. And there's a player playing there. TJ eats that. I think if that last HE nade didn't go on the roof, he'd be dead as again.
One of them just hit the corner, didn't it?
And the thing is that triple nade was into a B exec last time around. So that's sitting in the back of Rooster's minds. But this time, Mindfreak, it's a different variation. Short B default into the triple nade. They make their way up connector, start to take some bathroom control. The issue is, because they didn't run the A default, they don't have any control of long A, which means Rooster can play this pivot around long A, and Chelios is already shifting over there and gets an opening pick and a second.
Yeah, they've got to be doing a bit of a better job there against Chelios, but that was a good flash from Tux in the end to open it up, but still not enough.
Look at Medic, though. He's got that pick in bathroom, and they haven't cleared him out, and this is the issue with not running the A side default. Nedic is just going to be a thorn in their side as the retake comes in.
Well, what's the plan from DPR and Tux? Not going to try to push in any direction. Maybe as a duo through the smoke onto TJP. That could definitely work. They needed to do something. And a couple of crucial duels being won by the Mindfreak members. Keep this alive. The dream for DPR. A 1-on-3. It's not going to happen. Another for Rooster. Only the 2 guns surviving. So money's still a bit of a problem. But it's starting to get clawed back by Rooster.
Yeah. Series continuing to deliver. Bomb plant, plus the cash that they've got, the loss bonus starting to stack up here for Mindfreak. Things never really get easier for Rooster, but at least they're putting some rounds together. Another chance at a soft reset here for Mindfreak. If they do get Bomb Plant here, I think they're going to be able to buy up into the next round, whereas if Rooster drop this one, they probably won't. So they can get a couple saves in. Danger straight into short B again. It's the water control with the connector walk. No triple nade this time around. This is a very respectful Rooster on overpass CT side.
I think they've been forced to be.
It's characteristically a very aggressive team. And I don't think I've ever seen them take so few duels in the early to mid round as I've seen on this CT side of overpass. This is definitely not really their style. Flash over divider. Mindfreak takes some bathrooms control. They still got Danger floating around in short water. Oh, DPR thinking about it.
Oh, the
Flash pushes Chelios off the line.
I like that
Again.
from Mindfreak.
Again, they've got no long A control though, Jordan. Like, again, you can see Netiquette sign wants to play the pivot.
Well, Shell feels like he's been a big problem. The flashes haven't really troubled him too much. This time he's being pushed back a little bit in toward Bank. He's still getting thrown in by Mindfreak. They don't have a huge amount of time for this hit though. They want to be clearing out Netic pretty early. And that has happened. 1 for 1 from Forlex. Timing from Danger onto TJP. It's been an ever-present battle that's been going back and forth. But the end result is Mindfreak. Bomb plant on A. 4 on 3. Do have the advantage in this round, and they're going to look to strike back yet another one.
You can't do. Rooster are going to get soft reset if they go for this. It's an open plant. They've got no smoke for the bomb. This is a save. 100%. They save these guns. Rackham and Chelios can drop, and it's another gun round in the next one for Rooster. They stack up the loss bonus. This is just the best way to min-max your economy, but Mindfreak are once again just continuing to show so much depth on this T side. The half started so well for them with all those successful B hits. Then they started to mix in different variations. Now they're starting to go towards A in the late rounds. Danger keeping them honest with the B lurk. This is just really, really great T side overpass from Mindfreak.
One more round right now from Mindfreak could almost seal the deal. 2.9k loss bonus. Still going to be enough there for Rooster, maybe, depending on how many guns they can save, but 8-3. Half starting to sort of fall apart there for Rooster if that were to be the case. Already it's not looking good. Even 7-5 as the CT side on overpass is probably not it. Mindfreak have a really good opportunity to continue to put the pressure on, and looks like they're going to go back to the tried and true. That Molotov hasn't really landed as intended though, so TJP's position, a critical one here for Rooster. And the nade landing right in his face kind of signifies that Mindfreak are still aware of that possibility. Counter util getting tossed out by Rooster to slow things down, but Mindfreak aren't doing anything too quickly. A little bit more of a methodical approach from them this time around, and covering off all the angles. It's a multi-pronged attack against ASAP that works out nicely. TJP missing a couple of crucial ones. And even if he had gotten that kill, he'd have been traded straight away, and it would have been a 1-on-3 for Chell, which feels impossible at this point in time. So it is the 8-3 for Mindfreak that we spoke about.
I mean, again, even though it's a B ending, it's like, it's a different variation, a different approach again. That Rooster puts Rooster in a really uncomfortable position. Like, before, the B endings were so explosive, it was straight up bridge. They were taking fights on the backside of site towards water. This time, they kind of just take control of short and like right side of pillar, and just respect the reactive smoke from Rooster and the mid-side smoke. Bide their time until they can try to find the right time to scale out. Can Chelios stay alive with this orb? Danger puts him down. nothing kept over for the last round of the half, and Rooster with 3 to 3.5k in the bank for most of these players are not looking too hot.
Would have needed a couple of guns saved for Rooster to really put anything too threatening together here. So in the end, no gun saved means 3 FAMASes, an MP9 and an M4. And a distinct lack of util. No defuse kit either. If the bomb plant goes down, that's a problem for Rooster. Pretty dire straits in the final round of this half. Could be a 9-3.
Exactly what we saw from Mindfreak against the Light Buy last time around. Seems to be their kind of low risk approach. Forlex walking into a crossfire at connector here. See what he has done. Chelios takes him out of the equation early on. Mindfreak now well aware that there probably isn't too much presence towards the A side of the map, and that's why you start to see a shift towards long A. Danger still trying to keep the rotations honest and apply pressure towards B, but with ASAP on this short B info line, you could start to see Rooster rotating across the map, Rackham making his way on over towards A. TJP has a little bit of a look at Monster and doesn't see anyone, which is why you can see Chelios bottom side ladder, Netix all the way up at bathrooms. Rooster have got a pretty good read on this round.
Yeah, Chell also pushing up the ladder is going to be right behind Danger. So if it doesn't go from bad to worse, I don't know what will happen, but somehow Danger gets the kill onto Chell and then Tuck's entry onto Rackham. Netix here to hold on. Bomb on its own. Tuck's needing those flashes to help him out. They're not quite going deep enough to catch Netic, who survives slow on HP and eventually falls at the hands of DPR's Tech 9. Danger's got that smoke down to keep ASAP at bay, and in fact, he's going to push past it. This is huge. Timing, though, not going to work out. ASAP was ready for it. DPR just has to force a plant somehow. And I don't really see him getting this one down. He is going to try to take the fight against TJP, but the round's unwinnable now. He can't get the bomb down. Fakes the plant, but ASAP knows what's up. So 4 to 8. Bit of a weird one. Mindfreak, though, still happy with the first half.
Hold me down, never let me go. Take me in, I want you to show me love. Don't give up on us, don't give up on us, don't give up on love. Don't give up on us, don't give up on us, don't give up on love. Hold me down, never let me go. Take me in, I want you to show. Hold me down, never let me go. Take me in, I want you to show me love.
So here we are into the second half, and currently Mindfreak leading 8-4. They've made a big comeback on Mirage, and in fact a big comeback in this series after losing Anubis. A reverse sweep on offer, and a potential chance in that grand final. A rematch for Mindfreak, that would be, is on the cards. Rooster would not have been expecting this today. I certainly wasn't. Let's see if Mindfreak can seal the deal.
Rooster sizing themselves up a B execute. The setup from Mindfreak. 4 inside connector. Retake setup on the B site from Tux at ABC. Just looking to pick some heads if he can. Rooster storming their way straight through, running into CT and looking to try to take a duel with Tux here. He's got flash in hand, caught completely off guard. The rest of the CT's making their way up short B now.
Well, this is an absolute brawl. It's a blender, and it's Super, the star, the standout for Mindfreak today, that is going to have to try to clutch out the 1-on-2. He is certainly the player that could do it in the form that he's in right now, though the shots aren't quite connecting. We'll be able to get that reload off, and now Nedic in the 1v1 lands a sharp shot. So never mind. Rooster have got the pistol, and the job gets more difficult for Mindfreak now.
I mean, Super didn't even see him on his screen, just saw like the elbow of Nedic for half a second and then just instantly died. Nedic and Chell once again kind of being the standouts here for Rooster, keeping them going against a tenacious looking Mindfreak who will have to take a single save for the time being. Last time around, Rooster, despite losing the pistol, still went 5-7 on the T side against Mindfreak in the upper brackets. So I think we can expect some decent stuff from their T side. Was the more successful of their two halves. So the fact that they've got 5 on CT this time around is not too bad of a shout.
Bit of a creep here from Mindfreak as 5. Unlikely to achieve a whole lot. So we'll have the customary holding pattern round where we're really just sort of waiting for things to kick off in the second half now. Rooster will get the bomb plant on 8 after having cleared that bomb site out.
The two MAC-10s going on journeys. Really looking to try to hunt down the USPs. DJ plants himself in connector. And Rooster, through process of elimination, can start to realize that this is going to be a big flank in from the CTs, and they're already set up well.
There's the firing squad actually paying off. Super's killed Rackham, and they've found Chell as well. So, bit of damage now being done. One of those guns lost was a Khalil, which starts to become a little bit annoying for Rooster. Danger with the MAC-10, also trying to sound off. It's ASAP versus Danger. One more kill would be fantastic for Mindfreak, but they won't get it. Either way, they've done a pretty good job there with full USPs.
Not for sure, that's so much damage. Inflicted with a quick save on Mindfreak, and Super even grabbing a little at the end of the round. They're happy to hold on to that one. By coming through here for Mindfreak. And with all the damage that they've inflicted on Rooster's economy, it's a weird position. 1,400 loss bonus for Rooster, who have 3 players who are going to be broke next round. And will be put on a double eco. Probably force Rooster into a force buy, probably 2 rifle, 3 pistol if they drop this one. Be heavy pressure on connector. 2 players already over there for Mindfreak, but they've started to scurry out just as the T's make contact. Nedic has wallbanged Danger, spammed him through the monster smoke, I believe. So that's a fortunate way to find a first pick here over towards the B side of the map. Tucks in a forward position. Can hear everything going on in connector. And with Super now spotting out the fact that no one's towards monster and the man disadvantage situation, I think you probably need to see some movement here because this A site hit is impending.
Yep, Mindfreak definitely well aware now. Chell is going to lose his life to DPR. The flash just didn't quite come through quickly enough, and DPR able to deal with those 2 1v1s. Does burn alive. The Molotov not quite quickly enough smoked off, but either way, he did a really good job holding the site and providing the opportunity for the Mindfreak players to rotate up. Tux has now been spotted out, and he'll be finished off, and Actually, the option is now open for Rooster to go back down to B, which Mindfreak are also aware of, and they're almost gambling will actually be the choice. But Rooster more than happy to stay in place.
It's good
They're
patience.
going to end 8.
Yeah, they just walk straight into the A site for free. So Rooster avoiding the economic reset as the plant goes down on A. And with no kits on the side of Mindfreak, they are not even going to attempt this retake. Playing the long game. Still plenty more Counter-Strike to be played at 8-7. No matter who's taking this third map. So no use in throwing extra guns away for no reason. Good signs early on here for Rooster on the T side.
Yeah. That round was looking a bit touch and go for a moment. The kill on the Tux was the one that sealed the deal.
Terrorists win.
Ooh,
Job not yet done for Rooster.
they're forcing. Max loss bonus here for Mindfreak as well. So they buy up into this one. All comes out for DPR. Little light on the util here and there, particularly where flashes and smokes are concerned. But early smoke and molly over on the A side of the map and smoke to the back side of Monster. Rackham takes a little bit of damage. It's an A setup here for Mindfreak. DPR on that fountain line with a 2-man rifle setup towards long. And with a 3-1-1 showcased by Rooster here, there is definitely a pick on offer here. Not only in Fountain, that was not the pick I was thinking of. It's Rackham on 50 HP, who's almost certainly going to go down. It's DPR who picks him up as well. On the exit straight through bathrooms, man is just running around the map, AWPing everyone. Here's another
don't
one
even
for
know.
him, maybe.
They don't even know about Forlex, who is pushing long and getting so much information, so much space. Yeah, ASAP could cause a bit of a problem outside of A. But this position for Forlex, if the hold isn't good on B, should be the difference maker in the round. Catches ASAP. There's just no way ASAP's expecting a player there. And it's just TJP who, look, sometimes he can be a bit of a one-man army, but a 1v4, it's not feeling doable today for Rooster. Super setting up in a position which TJP thought he'd already cleared. Makes an easy one for Mindfreak. 3 guns and a round on the board on the CT side.
TJ dropping Shell and all, which is going to force Nedic to be without a rifle this round. Wouldn't have minded to see double rifle drop instead of AWP, but we'll see what Shell's going to be able to do with it. Big swing round either way, 1900, 2400 loss bonus, no cash for either of these teams. This will be a big one for Mindfreak to actually grab double digits, and that's why you get Chelios the AWP. After a big performance in the last round on it from DPR, Chelios instantly quiets him. Gives Rooster the man advantage in a critical swing round here to keep this one nice and close.
Once again, we have Tux forward position, taking control of Dirty Water. But ends up having to back off. And Rooster will slow things down again as well. Mindfreak just lacking information at this point. Gonna have to be wondering what on earth is Rooster up to. It's gonna be a resmoke for Monster, a little pop flash down there as well, but doesn't really amount to too much for Mindfreak.
Nedic's going to go collect this AWP. He only had a P250 this round, and Connector's been thoroughly cleaned out. So there you go. AWP picked up for him and a smoke, and in the meanwhile, Rooster waltzing into a open A site. Forlex, he's letting them know, you know, not much I can do from this position. They're just going to 4-man save with 2.4k in the bank account of Forlex. That's a pretty easy drop heading into that next round. And I think Mindfreak have still got a fair bit of loss bonus built up. Somewhere in the middle, 2.4, 2.9. So especially in a swing round like this, where the consequences of losing too many guns are very dire, I'm very much unsurprised to see 9 players alive. Neither one of these teams wanting to take too many risks in a make or break game like this one to head through to the grand final. I'll tell you what though, Jordan, whoever makes it to that game against Greyhound has definitely been put through their paces.
Yep. Well, they get an hour off, regardless of when this game ends, because the next game was scheduled to start at 8:30, but they'll be given at least 1 hour.
Interesting. Rooster not going to double AWP on T side. Just going to shoot it out of the map. Well, that's surprising,
yeah.
especially given the fact that they've got Galils in play.
True.
Quick connector control here for ASAP. It's a 3-1-1 yet again. Medic putting out the Molotov in short and nading the boost, making it look like maybe the T's have taken some short control. Super. Don't know if he spotted out ASAP there, but DPR, he's really getting warmed up. And I'm not surprised, because if you look at the stats of the upper bracket game on Overpass, you have DPR 23 kills, a 1.8 rating to win Mindfreak the game. So he kind of went ham on the AWP there.
City side overpass, you definitely do want your AWP to be having an impact there. Now it's down to the players on the B side to do just that as well. Danger. He's been spotted out courtesy of that kill on Anetic and will be taken apart by TJP, but even still, Mindfreak doing enough on B to ensure that this round is still looking quite healthy. There's another one for DPR. And 4X can't quite get the better of TJP despite a favorable duel. But still a lot for TJP to do, and this will be an easy timing, you think, for Super. As he just peeks on the plant. And 10-8, the lead grows to 2 once again. Mindfreak still keeping their noses in front. And again, a bit of a weird sort of money position here for Rooster with Nedic being at 1,500. It's giving them a lot to think about.
Yeah, they're going to force around it though. Looking at the stats from the upper bracket game, 16 and 6, 113 ADR on the CT side with a +3 first kills for DPR. So I think CT side overpass on the AWP. It's kind of Groundhog Day here for Rooster playing against him. Seems to be giving them a lot of issues for the second time here. Quick short B control here for Rooster, looking for a B timing after some slow defaulting. Will that catch Mindfreak?
Comes the util from Rooster, and the response so far is very good from Mindfreak. One for each of the defenders on the B bomb side, and Super is still alive here as well, alive and kicking. And that's given Rooster a bit of a pause for thought. Shell's going to throw a flash over the top. He's holding onto the bomb, scurrying around outside of Monster. ASAP's in there trying to get anything done, but hasn't really found a target just yet. And in the meanwhile, Mindfreak rotated their players down, so this is going to be a tough one to make work for Rooster. Not quite getting the shots across that they need. And Shell, he may attempt a bomb plant here, but Super surely able to deny it if he does. Dancing around behind that smoke, covered off by DPR. Nothing really happening in this one on the 2-on-3. And 4X is just playing with ASAP as well. That's got to be a tilter.
Oh, and that breaks the money of Rooster, Jordan. They had 1,900 loss bonus at 11-8 Mindfreak. With the reverse sweep, I'm going to beat Rooster for the second time here in the Chengdu qualifier. And that raises so many questions looking into 2024 here for the Oceanic domestic scene. I absolutely love what I'm seeing from Mindfreak. Anti-eco on the cards, and then they just need to put one more in. Warlex playing with confidence. Hands over a rifle to Rooster.
Yeah.
HE gonna pepper them down a little more.
What I will say is we were really waiting for a while to see what this Mindfreak experiment would eventuate into. It was no doubt that you could kind of see where it was supposed to go and what it was supposed to be able to achieve, and now it finally feels like they're actually finding some of that success that we had hoped would actually bear fruit.
And you know what? Look, I got a tweet to read from Tux in a minute here, but we'll see. We'll give Rooster the benefit of the doubt. Bigs are up here. Smoke goes to bathroom side. There's 3 players on this A side. Look at the info push from Tux. He knows nothing's going on in B. So it'd have to be some sharp shooting for Rooster to get back into this one. That's a cute little pop flash for you guys in the stream. Haven't seen that one before.
What a fantastic day for Super as well, by the way. Another really stellar performance, 18 and 8. I guess at this point, Mindfreak just got to make sure they don't rest on their laurels, because this game is not over yet. But they're certainly making it pretty close to being done. This should be the 12th. Medic is going to fall. And 1 round away is Mindfreak from knocking Rooster out as well.
Yeah. And I mean, let's look at this. Tux 403, November 6th. Real trash series from us over the last week or so. GG's to Vantage. We have a lot of belief, and we're very excited to see where we are in 2 months for the RMR quals. So that was the end of 2023. And clearly these guys have put in a lot of work for the RMR, and now this Chengdu qualifier, you know, you're seeing the result of that.
Yep. Didn't quite come together at the RMR qualifier. I mean, they did well there, no doubt, but...
I mean, better than they were doing in last year.
Yeah, but it's been this Chengdu qualifier, I think, that Mindfreak have really been able to put their name up in lights. And now it's just a case of sealing the deal. 1 more round, that's all that's required. It would be back-to-back series victories against Rooster. And a rematch against Greyhound in the grand final, the qualification match tonight. It's definitely going to be a tough ask for Mindfreak, but even still, the fact that they would even make it there would beat out everybody's expectations, but perhaps their own. Still, there is that 1 round to get, so let's not get too far ahead of ourselves. Forlex lurking around in the bathrooms, very isolated at the moment. He's going to receive a flash, but it didn't catch Rackham. There's another flash over the top, but it was too late. So this round gets a bit more difficult for Mindfreak.
Bathrooms control taken. No big info pushes here for Mindfreak. Still just 2 players on this A side to try to hold things down and throw some reactive utility, but it's not going to be good enough. ASAP just scales up with the flashes at a picture perfect from Chelios, and that round looks a little too easy for Rooster.
It's always that final round that seems to be the hardest to get over the line. How often do you see a team get 12 and then just go straight on to 13? I feel like it's always like you hit 12 and then it's like another couple of rounds and then you finish it off. Hopefully for Mindfreak, it is only going to be a couple of rounds. Otherwise, yeah, we might start to get into that overtime territory.
I mean,
is there a chance that Rooster can do that to
We've already seen
Mindfreak?
some kind of shenanigans like these from BNK, for example. Thought that Inferno game was done and dusted.
Terrorists win.
Oh dear. Oh dear. And look, the 2 guns surviving. That was minimum loss bonus for Mindfreak. A couple of the boys double eco. So those 2 guns surviving makes a pretty big difference in what they're able to put together here. You know, instead of looking at MP9s, FAMASs, and a couple of pistols, we've actually got a fair few rifles around the place. Would love for Forlex to have some armor here. But look, you can't have everything you want. And for some people, that's a little harder than others.
I guess so. Plenty more bites of the cherry, though, available to Mindfreak if they can't convert it here. I mean, they'll have at least another 2 more rounds to play with, though.
I mean, only
Obviously, money's an issue.
one gun round, and I don't know if, unless they save the AWP multiple rounds, if they're going to have enough for an AWP. I think DPR's done really well to keep $1,000 in the back pocket for that gun round at the end of the game if this doesn't go well. B hit looking very dangerous here from Rooster, because Mindfreak don't have many players on B, and they don't have the reactive utility to stop this exit, really.
Nope, it would have all been on to danger, but TJP will take his head off through the flash and could even almost argue that Mindfreak would be eager to save their guns from this point. Tuck's got 1 kill on the ASAP, but straight away you could tell that the save call was going to come through.
Yeah, 100%. Should just be a save here. Max the money as best you can. And Rooster, I mean, not a team you want to give opportunities to. They're not playing particularly well here in the Chengdu qualifier. But they definitely have the experience to win a series like this and grind it into the grand final against a Greyhound. Cannot forget that Rooster is a team that's attended multiple overseas events now.
Terrorists win.
Another twist and another turn maybe for this series.
Yeah, what do you do in this situation? I think good time for attack for sure. To really just discuss and decide how you want to min-max your money in this situation. You need to make the best out of these rifles. I want to see DPR. He's been fantastic at finding opening picks. I want to see DPR look for that clean opening pick. I really want to see some kind of cheeky use to these players with the USPs. Boost on ABC, maybe even a triple boost with a rifle looking into short B, or a boost up on map on A. Some unconventional little spots. With the slow default towards the A side of the map, I wouldn't even mind seeing like a progression smoke on party with a boost right on top of the balloons. Put a rifler up there. Just chuck something a little crazy at Rooster in a round like this, because you're going to buy in the next anyway. Is that the triple? Oh yeah, boost on the AWP. I'll take that as well to disrupt the B default. Not going to catch anyone though.
Not yet. How long is he going to hold on to it?
Yes.
Long enough to get shell.
That's just beautiful. That's exactly what I wanted to see.
So, one piece of the puzzle falling into place. You got 4 more to find. Forlex with a Famis on long. I'm not sure I want that.
I mean, I honestly just wanted to see that double dink just connect, you know?
Boom, boom.
That's another cheeky little boost with the USP to have a little bit of a look into short B, maybe try to further extend the advantage. Rooster.
Like Rooster do want to end toward B.
Yeah, and they've got a lot of space out monster here as well.
Tux has the M4. Get the util tossed in by Danger.
No. That's nice gone completely awry.
Danger will fall, but Super and Tux are still here to defend, and still the numbers are favorable for Mindfreak. DPR has set himself up on the line as well, and Tux gets himself one more. It is now just down to Rackham, and there seems no hope of saving the day here, but already a quick 2-piece. A 1v4, is that what's on offer for Rackham to keep the dream alive for Rooster, as he'll creep his way forward and might just catch Super on a timing. A 1v1 now, and DPR will seal the deal. It's Mindfreak 13-10 as they secure their second victory in as many days over Rooster, and they'll get themselves into that grand final against Greyhound.
Really, really well done. You've got to give massive props to Mindfreak, who have clearly put in a whole lot of work over the break heading into 2024. I mean, initially for the RMR quals, but you know, Chengdu being right smack on top of that straight after the RMR quals, you know, this is a side effect of all of that hard work. As for Rooster, I mean, they still beat B and K, maybe a little more susceptible to Mindfreak, or maybe Mindfreak has kind of got their number, got a good idea of how to deal with that style, but they've definitely got to go back to the drawing board and kind of rediscover how good their form was towards the end of the last year, because that's the first time in quite a while that we've seen Rooster bomb out of the top 2, outside of maybe losing in some domestic series to Vertex. So look, Mindfreak, let's see them have another crack at Greyhound. I think, you know, they've got a little bit of time to recollect themselves before that grand final. They've already played them in that upper bracket game. Didn't really show us a whole lot, but I'm hoping that, you know, that second win over Rooster and having another crack at Greyhound, they can maybe try to have a little bit better of a time this time around.
Yeah, either way, you've still got to say really great stuff from Mindfreak, and it's exciting to see another team contesting toward the top end of ANZCS. But, of course, the story is not yet fully told, and it's time for us to get ready for the grand final. It'll take a little while. I think the teams get an hour of break, so It's about 7:45 p.m. Australian Eastern Daylight Savings Time right now. So expect us to be back in about an hour, just before 9 o'clock, and we'll be ready for that grand final. So don't go too far away, but do make sure you come back in an hour or so to join us for that grand final. We'll see you then.
Rafa really making history. Absolutely phenomenal.
And Ace is the champion of the Intel Extreme Masters World Finals.
Storm's still not quite done. MC is going to take this fight, though. 3 seconds left.
Last 2 rounds of passion's got to start it well for ESC.
And this is a massive move for Zez, but he's not content with just a Nexus kill. He wants to win.
And it's all done. A flawless win. Unbelievable Rogue with a 4-0 victory over Classic.
And they did it again in the grand finals. It's Doggy!
Give it up for your Intel Extreme Masters World Champion.
Alrighty, welcome back. It is time for the grand final IEM Chengdu 2024 Oceania Closed Qualifier. And what if I told you the grand final featured Greyhound? You'd think, all right, yep, fair enough. That's pretty expected. Not too surprised by that one. And Mind Freak. That would be a bit freaky for the mind, I think, at that point, because this bracket has played out in quite a strange way.
It's honestly refreshing, though. It's great to see a team that's kind of been in the sub-top of Oceania, best Rooster 2 times in a row. You know, I would have loved to see them take on Bad News Kangaroos, but as we often do see, the Vertex Bad News Kangaroos core just cannot get one over on Rooster, despite how good they looked against Greyhound. In fact, they should have won the upper bracket semi against Greyhound that they lost 2-1. You can see in the bracket graphic there, which definitely would have thrown Greyhound in the lower bracket and thrown this whole tournament into a weird situation. Regardless, though, we do end up with Greyhound and Mind Freak in the grand final, even though it says Rooster there on the graphic. And I'm keen to see if Mind Freak can put up a better showing than they did in the upper bracket final, because it was a 2-0 and neither of those maps were relatively close at all. That was a bit of a whitewash, which is what you'd probably expect from this matchup.
Yep, indeed. But question is going to be, how is the grand final going to look? I mean, Greyhound obviously got the 2-0 against Mind Freak yesterday. We saw some good moments from Greyhound. Oh, sorry, from Mind Freak. Obviously, we saw a lot of good moments from Greyhound in that upper bracket final. But from Mind Freak, you know, the good moments were, I thought, sort of few and far between, right? There was no doubt that there was a couple of pretty good rounds from them that had us really impressed. But generally speaking, it felt like it was a bit of a drubbing. And it was kind of Greyhound doing what they usually do. So, I don't know. I mean, obviously, going into today, Mind Freak have looked really good in that game against Rooster. Again, we've been impressed by what we've seen. But is that really enough to kind of convince you that they can even take a map off of Greyhound tonight, for example?
I'm eager to see, because the thing is, like, the individuals that played very poorly against Greyhound last time around played quite good just then against Rooster. We had Super topping the charts, plus 26, DPR plus 14 against Rooster. Plus 26 from Super is monstrous against Rooster, by the way. Almost 100 ADR across 3 maps. That's crazy stats. But against Greyhound, both of those guys, minus 16, minus 21. So I'm hoping that they can, you know, have already, you know, kind of got slammed by Greyhound in that upper bracket final, gotten all of those, you know, first game against Greyhound nerves out of the way. And now in the grand final, you know, they've already got that momentum from beating Rooster, although it probably did take a fair bit of energy out of them. And look, they've gone away and had a little break. I'm hoping that they at least just take double digits, and I'd be happier than what we saw from them last time. Not expecting them to take a map off of Greyhound, because Greyhound is real scary. But look, just do a little bit better, because we didn't see too much from them and didn't see too much from the individuals in that upper bracket game.
Well, we can quickly touch on the veto here as well. Looks like we'll be starting things off on Anubis. Then we're going to be jumping on to Ancient and finishing things off, if required, on Nuke. So a bit of a change up from yesterday. I think we started on Nuke yesterday, if I'm remembering correctly, but it'll be Anubis this time around, and Mind Freak do get the favored side of T, which is interesting considering Greyhound had the choice of side.
It's going to be a quick one towards A here for Mind Freak. Already 2 players to defend. Inns catches a face full of that flash. Vexite trying to pick up the pieces, but he's getting run down by all of these T's here, Jordan.
Yeah, well, good start. Vexite Liaz off to a bit of a fly with those headshots, but, you know, it has slowed down a little bit, and Mind Freak are actually kind of making inroads now. Push onto Liaz, but Dexter not too perturbed by that fact. Just going to still take the fight. Gets himself a 1-for-1. Bomb plan achieved for Mind Freak is a good start. Liaz needs some help, and he's not quite going to be able to get it from Alistair, who now is tasked with the clutch. He's got dualies, but pretty rough crossfire to try to break against the Glocks, which can be a one-shot headshot at this kind of a range. Still, he has defeated Danger, and DPR is on his bike. It's going to be a full 10-second defuse for Alistair, so he really has to find a way to get this kill, and he would have had to have done it pretty quickly, because it is far too late now. Not to mention the kill comes through from DPR anyway. So, Mind Freak on the board.
Yeah, great start. T-Pistol going to settle some of those nerves and already put them off to a better start. You know, it's one of the more impactful rounds that you can put yourself up here, particularly against a team that you're, you know, not really expecting to beat as an underdog. These are the kind of rounds that you win that pistol, you go into the anti, you go grab the they have 20% the opportunity to build up any kind of confidence, to force immediately out of Greyhound. Scout and pistols out. And no one on the A site here, heavily contesting E-box, B main, as well as middle. And Mindfreak, once again, seems like they want to make some early moves towards A. They've thrown a progression smoke over on E-box side to limit the info of the CT side here. It's going to put them in good stead if they can pick up the pace into the A side here. It's just Ins in the retake situation with the CZ. Not really too much to be expected of him.
Patience from Greyhound on A. Not so the case on B. Dex is gaining a lot of info at this point in time, and it's starting to inform the rotates. Liaz is moving away. He's going to go and pick up mid. So you're going to have 3 players on the A site for Greyhound, plus 2 fast rotators. This could get pretty messy pretty quickly from Mindfreak. Inns is going to have to swing as the Molotov will force him. Somehow he's gotten out of there alive. I don't know, what a mess. But he's going to get a second reload off with that CZ. Might not even be required because everyone else is doing some work, but Tux is there to lock things down for but a moment. It looked good for Greyhound. And then Mindfreak was able to salvage, but it's not over yet. Liaz is going to pretty much beat them to B. Not quite, but he is there almost in time, and he's caught danger out in no man's landed. Wow. Liaz, 2 taps to the head with the Deagle, and that's that. The round goes to Greyhound. And that's the kind of round that no other team is going to win.
Yeah, 100%. And Liaz, I mean, he's always been known for his movement, but that's a perfect example of it. The ability to get over to B so fast, beat the rotation timing, and then it's just perfect movement and crosshair placement. You know, very little adjustment needed between the 2 Deagle shots that he took. It's just all really good awareness and crosshair placement that allows him to clean up those last 2 kills. And that's going to be demoralizing for a Mindfreak that, you know, they had a bit of a heart stopper on A there. They thought they were picking up the pieces in the 2-on-1, and that's a heartbreaking way to lose it. DPR spots out the A main push there. Deep smoke in towards Waterside. Greyhound taking the middle of the map. But how will Mindfreak respond with these pistols?
Well, at the moment, they're not. More than happy to just wait. And Inns looks like he's going to be left solo on A long, which is going to be a lot of early info for Greyhound if anything does eventuate on that side of the map. Also going to be in a bit of a stronger hold in toward mid and over toward B, but Forlex has cracked open Liaz's head. Bit of revenge for the last round, perhaps. And so Inns goes hunting for information. He's struggling to get that reload off, but the flash from Vexite bought him enough time, and somehow Inns is still alive. He's got 4 kills in the round. And Vexite the last, but Mindfreak not quite looking as clean as they were in their game against Rooster. Inns getting away with far too much there.
Yeah, and I mean, let's be real. As much as I want to praise Mindfreak, and they have been playing well in the Chengdu qualifiers so far, has to be said, Rooster definitely have not been on their A game and are not going to be outputting the same level that Greyhound are. So it's going to take another level for Mindfreak to step up and make a competitive game of this. And unfortunately, despite the fact that they've had their opportunities in these early couple of rounds, they've definitely been put back in their plays. Vexite, anti-eco spray down across the bridge there, and it's an ace. No guns lost for Greyhound, and that's a demoralizing start for a Mindfreak who feels like they're not getting anywhere fast. They're getting shut out of some of these rounds. They're losing some of these rounds in demoralizing fashion. They need to be able to just get the mental right, grind their way back into this game, because it's very quickly slipping into the same fashion as that upper bracket series they played against each other.
Yeah, it's a rough start for Mindfreak. You win the pistol, you think we're off to the races, but Greyhound's a bit of a different beast. And we might be seeing a repeat of yesterday, where there was some flashes of brilliance from Mindfreak, but certainly it was Greyhound that dominated from the outset. That is pretty clean crosshair placement from Dexter and a nice shot. Danger really just ducked into it.
Losing a pick to a scout headshot in your opening gun round is really not going to put you in a fantastic mood. DPR missed opportunity to punish that player rotating off E-box side. Oh, surprised he even made it out of there alive. 3 HE-nays invested into B main, but it's still not great news for Mindfreak. They're going to start to scurry back to the only place where they feel like they have a foothold on this entire map right now, which is A main. Super's been able to take some spaces over there. Fortunately, they've lost one on the cross, and DPR feeling quite trepidatious about crossing himself on 8 HP, but he's made it across. But look at this rotation from Greyhound. They're already 3 or 4 steps ahead of what Mindfreak are doing.
Yeah, unfortunately for Mindfreak, I'm not sure they're getting too much out of this round either. Alistair loves this position. Saw that at IEM Sydney. And he might do some similar things to Mindfreak here in the IEM Chengdu qualifiers as what he did there. Just got taken down by Tux in the end, but ooh, super. Okay, there's a little bit more spice that we've been looking for. It's actually going to allow a bomb plant for Mindfreak if he decides to stick it, but wanted to check cams first. Still, he's going to be given that. Not sure that he's going to win the round here with 5 HP, but a bit more economic damage, helping the team out by getting that bomb plant down. And that ends up being not as much of a disaster for Mindfreak as what it could have been.
Still not good news. The fact that they're just not really fragging up across the board is not putting any economic pressure on the Greyhound side. You can see just how much cash they've been allowed to stack up here. 10k for ins, couple of drops going to be coming on over here for the Greyhound boys, and still, you know, 5k plus on most of these players. So for Mindfreak, it's going to take multiple good gun rounds to get back into this game. And when you're talking about them starting on T side of Anubis, their map pick, that's not good news at all.
Well, more presence over toward the A side of the map from Mindfreak into round number 6 by the looks of things. Left relatively unattended by Greyhound, though they always have a bit of an idea, as signaled by that grenade from Inns on the timing, just half a second too early. Now Greyhound start to come back across to A, so Mindfreak, if they do decide to push their way in here, are going to be met with Inns, and there's a little hot flash to set up a bit of info and set up a peek as well. Good damage done, but no kill, actually. The Molotov will keep them at bay. Vexside's got nowhere to go but backwards. You have to do a double take there. But Vexside's got 2 kills anyway. He wasn't even fighting and he gets 2 kills. The nade 1, the Molotov another, and the M4 a third. So still a solid hold here from Greyhound. It's a bit of a weird round, actually, with how it's eventuated, but looks like it should be Greyhound to pick it up pretty comfortably in the end. 2 guns, still not leaving themselves a huge amount of money inflowing into the coffers, but when you're up 5-1, I guess you're not really caring too much.
Both teams taken so much damage from the util that round. It's the same story for Mindfreak. Wasn't all invested in that round though. 3.4k loss bonus. Was a half buy with the hero AK. Did take a few guns away from the CT side. They're slowly chipping their way back into this half, but it already is starting to feel like it's lost at this point. Fast pace yet again over towards A here for Mindfreak over on A main. Super, after getting flashed off the line, was a little scared of taking A main too quickly. It's a retake setup here for Inns. There's the B main aggression. Can Danger deal with that? He's heard the flash timing. He wants to try to catch Dexter on the push over on this side of the map while the rest of Mindfreak are working that A main control and maybe trying to kick off and execute here. But he's lost the duel to Dexter. That's bad news for Mindfreak.
Backside. And Inns actually combining for that kill on the Tux. Mindfreak will know there's another player somewhere on the side, but honestly, they've tried to batter down the door on A a few times and it hasn't worked at all. Just continuing to test the defense there of Greyhound, and it doesn't seem like they're really getting much success at all. Inns will spam through the smoke with the USP for the last kill of the round, and you know, same setup kind of from Mindfreak and same result really multiple times in a row. They've just tried to push their way through A long, and Greyhound don't seem to be having any problems with it.
Yeah, and I mean, this is pretty much par for the course of a team at this level stepping up into, you know, a grand final or a big LAN match, something like that. This is often the result that you get. You know, credit to Mindfreak. They've played fantastic so far this qualifier, but they are just not ready for a match of this caliber. And this is Greyhound's bread and butter. Winning qualifying matches to go overseas, winning LAN matches. This is what Greyhound does better than anybody else in this region, so this is pretty much to be expected right now. Mindfreak Trying to size up a bit of a B push, see if they can turn around their fortunes on the half buy with a little bit of investment. They do have a hero Khalil here. Trying to split these players in E-box.
Start for Liaz, but got to be aware of Super running through, and looks like Super's painted a picture around Liaz's head there. Missed every shot, and Liaz walks away with the kill, but all good in the end for Greyhound. Another round with 3 guns making their way into the next, and so it's kind of a bit of a Groundhog Day, I guess, for Greyhound. This time it changes up a little bit in that the fight was over toward B, but obviously the result is still quite the same. It, again, doesn't really feel like there's too much pressure on Greyhound at the moment. They're just going through their motions.
Tack timeout for Mindfreak. Difficult to really come up with a solution in this kind of situation because it's not just one problem that's plaguing you. You know, it's multiple problems. You need to step up individually. Tactically as well. Doesn't feel like they're doing too well. Feels like a lot of the time Greyhound's rotation timings and utility timings are coming out the better. It's been mostly site hits for Mindfreak on this T side of Anubis. Haven't really seen them explore middle too much. Try to work a default and split the map in half, or try to pull or push the CT rotations. A lot of the time it is just 1-4s. So maybe it looks like they might be changing up that heading into this round. Again, it is once a presence in A main, a progression smoke onto E-box. HE dumped on double doors, but Vexite's playing in house this time around. Boost up over the smoke on bridge. Alistair looking for a pick over towards A main, which has been a pretty common point of contact here for Mindfreak. And with how deep he's been able to get, you see the rotation from ins into middle and the lean towards B from Greyhound.
Mindfreak once again leaning toward A. Super's been tagged down pretty substantially. Greyhound haven't got a lot of info at the moment. We do have ins ready and waiting with a flash on A long. Just as Mindfreak start thinking about doing things. He's also smoked off the Molotov on Platt, so going to give Mindfreak the impression that there might be a player set up behind the pillar, which of course is not the case. In fact, they'll have to deal with Alistair close, warp in hand. And that is just not going to work out for Tux. Good trade from Forlex. The rest of the lads, though, are going to have to clear out 2 players on the site, and that just appears to be too many. Vexite combined for a good couple of kills, and Danger's just a little bit late for that kill in mid. Dexter able to escape through the Molotov. And it's been remollied.
He's got another one.
By Ins.
He's got it picked up another one, and he's going to throw it on the same spot, maybe. No, he runs away instead. Only 7 seconds. The double molly is enough to lock that one down.
Counter-terrorists win.
Yeah, I mean, I don't know what to tell you at this point, guys. Another round for Greyhound. Decent attempt to get out A main there with some trades from Mindfreak. But they're having a tough time putting these rounds together. Box yet again here. And it looks like Mindfreak is back to the 1-4 that they've been going for. The issue is Danger with the bomb. Means that they can't really pick up the pace towards A. That's why you see DPR, I think, floating across to pick that up. They are going water side this time on the side of Mindfreak. The issue is they've got 4 grenades at 1 minute 30 against a fully kitted C2 side. So someone's going to have to get in there and, you know, do some elbow work. Get a pick, maybe brute force the way with some good spacing and aim into the sights. And winning aim duels has been a struggle so far for Mindfreak already. Dexter missed it into the smoke and maybe gives an opportunity to Mindfreak here and an opening pick that they needed.
Yep, they've got to find a way to convert this one. You're not going to get too many chances when you're up against Greyhound, so a 4v5 does sound pretty good, even if it is in around where DPR is holding on to Armorless Deagle.
Okay.
Alistair's dropped as well. So Folex has found a way to actually make some pretty significant inroads here. They've still got to get past Liaz and Vexite over toward B. And Inns is also holding on to A. Let's not count our chickens before they hatch just yet. There's 2 quick kills for Greyhound. It's back to 3 on 3. And Mindfreak have somewhat squandered the lead that they did have. At the very least, they've been able to push Inns off of A, and that has allowed Tux to set up pretty forward toward Heaven. Hasn't heard Inns on the rotate back in. But he will check for him. And that is the bomb plan for Mindfreak. So, the first time in a while, they've got a bomb plant down and a favorable post plant. And surely here they can convert the 3 on 2, considering especially Liaz has no HP to work with at all. Vexite will be the first point of offense. Gets one, but not the other. And so for Liaz, another 1 on 2 is going to be required. He knows that Folex is close. And can't manage to make that one connect. So, second on the board for Mindfreak. It's not really much to get too excited about, but at least it is something.
Yeah. I mean, not really any kind of amazing tactical genius from Mindfreak or anything like that. That round is essentially Folex holding the E-box angle and getting fed multiple picks. So, look, it's a good round to be picking up. Gonna need to see more from Mindfreak though. See if they can even scrape 4 together on Anubis T side, which would still be considered a bit of an L. DPR deep up onto this orb line. Alistair's heard the footsteps though, knows he's on the right side. Molotov to flash him out. Alistair not even needed. Dexter cleans him up, and then the trade, not even a possibility. Alistair was already on that line. Progression flash puts him further out on the B main line. He might even catch the cross here.
Dexter's been able to cross out of B main as well. And even if Alistair were unable to get that frag, you suspect Dexter would have had it on lockdown. So this is a really poor position for Mindfreak to find themselves in. Dexter is really quite progressed. The flash came through, but Folex was able to keep his head ducked down, and so it's all good in the end. But not enough to really trouble the scorers here, and Greyhound are more than happy with their 4 on 2 advantage. Mindfreak back to square one. Got to go grab the bomb first and try to figure out how to negotiate this round.
Yeah, I mean, 4 on 2, there's space somewhere to be found on the map, but with not a whole lot of time to get it and no real meaningful map control for the T side. All of the duels being taken at B main. No information for Mindfreak. They're kind of damned if they do, damned if they don't. Alistair, single scoped on the cross. Easy shot for him. Doesn't even have to raw adjust at all. And Folex is sending it through A main, but there's already 2 players here to meet him.
Not sure the Folex is going to have much success here. Molotov into Inns' position is a good one. And Inns decides to peek in front of it. Ooh, Folex actually might make this happen. Just not able to get around the corner enough to be able to plant the bomb. It was close. Time not really on his side there, but a good attempt. 9-2. Mindfreak will be desperately hoping for a third to just stave off the double digits that Greyhound is pretty close to achieving.
Last chance for Mindfreak here, putting what they can together. Down to Mac 10, Tech 9, HE nade for Elias, looking for that E-box timing. Vexite inside the bridge smoke. Being a bit cheeky. They get caught. Lovely little pick there. It's going to give some space to Mindfreak to start to make their way into house. They've found some space over on double doors also. Where to go from here though? Still in a 1-3-1 on the T side. Let's see Greyhound heavily rotating towards the side of middle. Looks like it's going to be the walk towards E-box where they spotted Liaz. See if they can isolate this pick and turn it into a B split.
Well, smoke for B main. You've got Dexter over there to help Liaz out, though it really is going to have to be Liaz to do the majority of the work, but Dexter's got a flash, and he's going to pop that win in. Perfect timing. You'd love to see it. Liaz able to get the Molotov down as well, and the cohesion between Greyhound is just making the difference at this point in time, and that is that. 10 on the board, double digits in the first half. Greyhound are looking pretty sweet on Anubis.
This world is slowing down. How can I fight it? How can I listen when there's no sound? Oh, the wolves are out. Yes, the wolves are out. Hold on to what you found. Days are deceiving. My head is spinning round. Oh, I hear now. Yes, the wolves are out. Inside of our reality. Satellites singing serenade. Send out a signal, please remember me. Send out a signal, promise to me.
Well, that was a half of Counter-Strike that Mindfreak would probably rather forget. 10-2. They haven't given themselves a lot of rope to work with in this second half of Anubis, and it's also their map pick, so might be staring down the barrel of a 1-0 for Greyhound pretty shortly. See how this pistol goes, but not a lot of hope for Mindfreak at this point in time.
I don't know if you can hear it, but my dog's going crazy because Greyhound is absolutely popping off right now. Big main aggression here for Mindfreak. Trying to catch a little bit of a timing. It's a contact straight out, but you look at the up-down setup, high-low between Greyhound just baiting them into this fight. Doesn't necessarily mean that it's a comfortable fight for the team's immediate man advantage from Mindfreak. The bridge push from Super works out perfectly as well. They're looking good to take this pistol now.
Oh, another nice shot there from Super. And just when you think it's pretty much wrapped up neatly in a bow for Greyhound, another speed bump, I suppose, on the road to victory. And not going to get the bomb plants down here either, which will make getting a force buy into the next round impossible. Well, not impossible, but unlikely. Should just see the save out from Greyhound here. And into the gun round for the next.
And more than likely. Good little start for Mindfreak. Is this the exact same, though, that we saw from them in the upper bracket game? Like, they're winning every pistol?
Yeah.
and then like still getting absolutely battered.
Yep. Yeah. I mean, that's pretty much what happened.
They won 3 out of 4 pistols and still lost both maps like 13-5, and they've won both pistols here on Anubis
Wasn't
as well.
Wasn't the pistol that they won also the 4th pistol? Like the last pistol that they played, I think was the one that Greyhound won.
Yeah.
I can't remember, but either way, yeah, it is somewhat reminiscent. But, you know, even despite a couple of kills here from Greyhound in the round, it's obviously not looking like this one's going to be too threatening from them.
Surprised Vexite doesn't hand off the A1S to Inns with that HP. Gonna miss it inside the smoke. Does have space to walk through that smoke in theory. Tux has been able to move up the flank. And actually the boost up over the top of the smoke. Ooh, the drop probably heard by Forlex though.
Easy one for Danger. And another one. So, 10-4. Mind Freak are at least able to do what is expected.
I don't pick up that A1. That's ran the wrong direction towards house. And instead of easily getting the MP9 to an A1S, so that's not ideal. Either way, I think some things are going to have to go right for Mind Freak for them to start to turn this one around. Greyhound, first gun round for them. It's like a little bit of water control, looking for some space towards E-box. Very early progression smoke into A main. Denying info to the CTs over there. Forlex really can't tell what's going on in that part of the map right from the get-go here, which may put some more pressure on the rotations. CTs with the smoke bridge and E-box early on. Keeping the Ts at arm's length, but only for a moment. See Inns listening for info to see if the CTs are going to go and retake A main. Greyhound in the meanwhile starting to throw some progression and smoke into house. They've taken some space over double doors. Liaz has spotted out this B main aggression and dealt with it accordingly. And now Greyhound going to start to take some space off the E-box. Double mollies on the inside and the outside going to push these CTs back into the site here.
Smoke flash over the top there for Greyhound. Alistair already having lost his life though is going to make this a bit more difficult. You've got Inns over toward A trying to lurk out and make something happen. He'll also fall to Forlex, and really it now comes down to these entries. 2 clean ones from Vexite. Maybe keeps the round in check, and it does, considering Liaz has been able to strike and get the bomb plant down as well. Greyhound 2 on 2. Liaz has heard Super on the rotate pass, and he'll get a freebie. They have no idea where Forlex is.
Last known to be on the A site. Did take that one player out, but with no real util. No smoke for the bomb. Going to be very difficult unless Greyhound feeds him a pick over here. And you can see him taking his time because Liaz took that duel so deep towards CT spawn. He has to clear all of these annoying angles, and as a result, he doesn't even have time to really go for this one.
It'll be an 11th for Greyhound. But at least Forlex will be given the luxury of an AK into the next round. Small wooden spoon prize, really.
What to do is Mind Freak here. Forlex could drop an AWP in theory. Might be the go. He drops a rifle, I believe. Yeah. So we end up 3 rifled, 2 pistols. Limited util. Not the ideal buy for the CT side here. And again, it's going to be a 3-1-1 from them. Greyhound not really doing anything different at all. Once again, it's the progression smoke deep to A main, flash into A main. Dexter descends it through middle, takes a duel with Super, and although he pops a dink, the weaponry is not sufficient to punish him for that aggression.
Forlex doing pretty good work though. Nice double kill onto Liaz and Dexter. The re-aggression working out for Mind Freak over toward B. Issue is they have completely lost control of A. And that is going to be a pretty quick bomb plant from Greyhound as well. So it's going to take Mindfreak quite a while to even begin their retake. They're really not going to have a lot of time with this one.
Yeah. Alistair's in the pivot position with the molly as well, so he can just molly main as soon as he hears these footsteps, and that's going to be probably pretty annoying for the CTs to deal with.
Well, it just comes down to the AK instead. Alistair, nice double, easy as you like. And for Danger, unfortunately, a little bit too much to do, so he's going to have to take the rough choice of saving the M4. For all the good that's going to do. Greyhound are going to be up 12-4. It really feels at the moment that they are sweeping Mindfreak aside with no issues at all.
Terrorists win.
That point. Very similar scoreline to the upper bracket final between these two teams. Danger and Forlex being two of the more experienced players on the roster, as well as Tux, putting in the majority of the work this game. I think the younger guys, although they were definitely the standouts in some of the upset wins and the wins over Rooster, the more experienced players seem to be doing better against Greyhound here. Alistair on the line towards B, waiting for someone to make a mistake. Still a split and pick approach for the most part here from the T's. Inside, making his way close up to E-Box. Progression, Molly trying to take some space, push the CTs out of that part of the map, and potentially set up Greyhound for a bit of a B-split here.
Few members ready to defend though for Mindfreak, and a flash out from A-Long is going to get them the info that there's nothing really happening over there. Backside. Could well line them up and almost does. Lots of damage at least to Super and Danger. And Alistair will catch Danger as he tries to escape. Greyhound not interested in committing to B though. Bombs back in toward T spawn.
Inzo heard that info flash over on the A side of the map. Knows that the B pressure will pull a rotation across, and he's just gone ahead and taken that A space. Alistair still probing over here, keeping the CTs interested while you get the rotation across the map from Liaz with the bomb. DPR's pushed across bridge, and I mean, well, Dexter, the smoke was deep and provided him enough space to just walk straight up. DPR with an MP9, what can you even really do at that range? And Forlex, we have to ask more of him, but I don't think he's going to be able to deliver until the next map, unfortunately.
Bomb plant goes down on A. And Forlex, I mean, he's got the first one there onto Dexter, so a little bit of a stat pad for him, but beyond that, not sure he's going to get too much more, and he didn't even see Alistair at B main, so that's going to be that for map 1. Quite a comfortable display, really, from Greyhound. I don't know that there's too much to really dive into there, but yeah, I mean, Mindfreak gonna have to do better than that if they want to challenge the #1 team in Oz.
Yeah, I mean, Greyhound looking like a little bit of a level above, and that's because they are. They're far and away the best team that we have domestically here, and Mindfreak, you know, up until this tournament hasn't even had the chance to take them on. So even though they're taking out some of the teams sitting just below Greyhound, I think, you know, either Rooster or B&K probably would have pushed Greyhound a little bit more in this grand final, and sometimes that's what happens. You know, you get an upset earlier on in the bracket and you get a less competitive, deeper bracket. And I think that's what we're seeing here today.
Yep. Well, that pretty much wraps things up for map #1, but there is still a series to play. Hopefully for Mindfreak, they're going to be able to make it to map #3, but we'll have to find out on map 2, which is coming up in just a minute. So time for Ancient Map 2 in the grand final of the IEM Chengdu 2024 Oceania Closed Qualifier. And it might also be the final map of said qualifier, because yesterday Greyhound kind of dismantled Mindfreak on this map. And we're expecting that might be the case again after a 13-4 win on Anubis.
Like Greyhound already picking up the pace, leaving one player towards middle. Mindfreak have taken a lot of space on over there. Vexite keeping an eye on things as this B execute gets kicked off. Danger trying to play retake. Able to take one with him, and in middle, Vexite doing some work, but Thunder gets cleaned up as the bomb goes down.
Not too bad of a start though for Greyhound, all things considered, with that bomb plant. They're going to keep on rolling out through long, and I'm looking towards short. They don't actually find Danger, who's been able to sneak through that smoke. There's a tap on the defuse. Greyhound can't really do too much about that, but the fact is, it isn't actually a stick, which Greyhound have now come to find out. Alistar, he's got time to play with here. 10 seconds to defuse. Needs one more bullet. He's got to swing. He's got to hit the shot, and he doesn't. Oh, there was 6 HP in it, but Forlex sits the defuse and wins the round for Mindfreak.
Another pistol one. The trend just continues. It's kind of unreal. We've seen how many maps? This will be the 4th map we've seen between Greyhound and Mindfreak, and the 5th half. And so far, how many pistols is that? I think Mindfreak have won like 2, 4, 6. Like, I don't even know. Like, all but one pistol. I only remember Greyhound winning one pistol in the upper bracket semi. All the rest have gone to Mindfreak. Bomb plant will mean Greyhound has got this force coming for them. Side just runs straight through the cheetah smoke. No fear. Tuck's going to swing in with the MP9, and that SMG a little bit superior against armored opponents. Not that Vexite even connected a bullet. It's a big ramp contact though.
Oh, headshot onto Danger already, but not capitalized on just yet. Eventually finished off by Dexter, who's found a double on the entry, and meanwhile, Wins is putting in work. Dexter's just fearless at this point, and keeps pushing through. That round ends up being a bit of a nothing burger for Mindfreak in the end.
Yeah, I mean, that's what we've seen from Greyhound so often. Especially if they get bomb plant T-side. You know, even if they lose pistol, they just force an insta-win. Mindfreak now double eco, considering what to do here. Tux with a little bit extra cash compared to everyone else, thanks to the fact that he got the MP9 kill on Vexite and Cheetah. Regardless, you will see a force buy out here for Mindfreak. DPR the only one to save for an AWP later on. Greyhound, after a lot of presence and multiple B-side afterplants in the first couple of rounds, more grouped towards A and middle. To maybe take a bit of mid control, take a duel towards DPR, who's armorless. Without an upgraded pistol over towards Cubby's side. They triple nade it, trying to find him, but he's already well and truly out of there.
Super playing a dangerous game with Dexter on the other side of this one. Haven't actually spotted him yet, but quick enough, sharp enough. That's the first one for Greyhound, but a fairly inconsequential kill, all things considered, when Greyhound, for the most part, are setting up toward B. Will help to pull a little bit more of the defense away from that area of the map, but they're still going to have to get a bit of work done on the ramp. And Tux easily dispatched off by Vexite. He's helped out in the end by Liaz as well for the 2-for-1. And Mindfreak scurrying their way over, but yeah, they're taking their sweet time about things here. Different approach in that round for sure from Greyhound, but it works the same. 2-1.
Yeah, full rifles up. Straight into an anti-eco here for Greyhound. Mindfreak, after this round, I mean, 2.4 loss bonus, should get a full buy together. AWP up on DPR yet again, who has not really looked very scary versus Greyhound compared to some of the scorelines we saw him put up against Rooster so far in this Chengdu qualifier. Five players in middle here for Mindfreak. Multiple HE nades invested by Greyhound. I think they can tell how many bodies there are in middle, and they're just going to get the garden hose out and get to spraying.
Wow. That round was over in the blink of an eye. But Mindfreak will get the guns in their hands, and this is where things do start to get a little bit more interesting. However, it does have to be said that Mindfreak were not able to pick up too many rounds on Ancient yesterday against Greyhound either. Just the 4. And of those 4, all of them came on their CT side. So you'd probably want to be seeing them at a pretty sizable number at the end of this CT half to have any chance of winning this map, and it hasn't really started very well for them. Lane control attempted by Mindfreak, so too mid control. And that seems to have worked out pretty well, at least the fight on lane initially, but Vexite is able to get 2 just walking his way through the smoke at the doors and kind of equalizes things out, not to mention the damage done to 4X and DPR, and the fact that Alistair has sort of just walked his way out onto A. All things pointing towards Greyhound having the advantage now.
I mean, I think Alistair, recognizing how much presence there was in the middle and what the setup was, knows that he's got space on A. Even if someone's playing retake over on the side there, he probably would have been pre-scoped to clear that. 1-for-1 between Super and Liaz. Leaves Greyhound in a 2-on-1, and they're well aware that DPR earlier on was over at lane side. He's going to try and just get through the smoke. Instantly punished by Dexter, and the money reset yet again here for Mindfreak. Should be able to at least invest in some pistols here, if not maybe a Hero M4 or something. But same story here for Greyhound. Excellent money, just rolling along on the T side without too many issues.
Quick smoke to be long. Mindfreak with a big stack over on that side of the map aren't going to be able to do anything about the presence in mid. And outside of Vexite just throwing a bit of util on that side of the map to keep Mindfreak interested. There's not a whole lot happening for Greyhound on B. Just a clean walk into the A side. A good call from Greyhound. Worked out perfectly for them.
Should be pretty easy pickings from this point. Saw a similar round to this in the upper bracket final, where Greyhound was able to take so much space over on the spawn side and across the map and just kind of pin Mindfreak into the B side of the map, understanding perfectly what's clean and what's dirty and playing around that well. Vexite trying to punish the B push, loses his head, but an AK over on T spawn side when you've got a really favorable A side after plant, probably not going to make too much difference, and I think they're just going to save it at this point.
Fair enough. But in saying that, 5-1 for Greyhound. They don't seem to be having too many difficulties on Ancient either. Just 1 foot in front of the other for Greyhound, and them really focusing on too much more than these rounds that they're kind of eating up now.
You know what's interesting? I'm just taking a look at who's in Chengdu already. I look at the Asian qualifier and I see that Tai Lu is invited to it, even though they already played the Chinese qualifier and lost to Lin Vision.
Wait, what?
So Tai Lu and Mongols are invited, and then there's 2 open qualifier teams for the Asian qualifier for Chengdu.
Oh, yeah.
Isn't that funny?
Well, it sort of makes sense. I'll have to talk about it in a second, though, because this is going to be a gun round out for Mindfreak, where once again they've really put their resources toward mid and B and just left A completely open, favoring the retake on that side of the map, which is not something too out of the ordinary. Retaking on the A side seems to be something that most teams are pretty happy to do, but may not be easy if Alistair's going to just pop off like that. 2 quick off shots, and there goes a couple of the Mindfreak players. Do have Vexite and Dexter causing problems over toward B as well. Just in all facets of the map, Greyhound are besting Mindfreak. It doesn't really seem to matter what kind of a setup Mindfreak runs on this CT side. Greyhound have an answer for it.
Pretty clean gun round yet again. You can see what Mindfreak's going to put together here. Obviously, they're stacking up the loss bonus. I'm surprised to see them even consider saving this one. But I guess they're just trying to min-max their buys and put whatever they can together here in this situation. It's been rock solid performance from everyone on Greyhound. No one really lagging behind in any of these games against Greyhound. Against Mind Freak, rather. Straight up middle.
Ooh.
That'd be rad.
Oh, no.
Alistair's too quick, mate.
Yeah. Look, if you're not gonna get that kill, then things are just not going right for Mind Freak on this map.
Yeah.
Doesn't seem like anything's really coming together. Greyhound are really just running around all over the place, winning duels everywhere. So
They're looking good to go through to Chengdu. It's an interesting field at that tournament. Taking a little bit of a look at who's in attendance.
yeah, so I was sort of wondering what was going on with those Chengdu qualifiers, because I thought when we casted the IEM Chengdu qual for China that there was going to be a local hero invite in addition to that.
But they're doing an Asian qualifier instead.
Well, the way it was explained to me was that qualifier, that China qualifier, was
the local hero.
The local hero invite, basically.
Yeah.
And instead of it being an invite, it was a LAN qualifier. And now the Asia qualifier is just the Asia qualifier, as like what you would normally see at any IEM event, similar to how we have an Oceania qualifier.
It's one of those unique scenarios where that makes sense in that context because that's the local hero invite, but they decided to play a qualifier for it rather than just invite someone.
Yep.
Which I think is good because obviously Lin Vision and Tai Lu, you could go either which way on it. And I think that obviously Lin Vision proved that they deserve the invite more. It's how competitive China is at the moment. It's just always interesting to see, like you would never ever see it in any other circumstance where a team plays one qualifier, loses, and then plays a qualifier for a different region in big quotation marks. You know what I mean?
I see what you're saying.
And then gets another chance to qualify.
Yeah, it's almost like if you're going to play the China qualifier, you probably shouldn't get to play the Asia qualifier as well. You would have to pick one or the other, but yeah. Grey area, I suppose. DPR trying to take a leaf out of Alice's book, and he's been able to hit that no-scope onto Vex site, so looking a little better for Mind Freak in this round, especially with that util slowing Greyhound down on the A entry. Greyhound still has a little bit to say about it, and Alistair can't hit the flick this time around, but Oh, I thought the smoke might have bounced out of the Molotov. He'll survive on one tick.
4-on-3. Best chance Mind Freak's had at a round in a while. Greyhound very much pinned in towards A main here. DPR on the line with the AWP and has a flash to potentially activate Supar into main. Crept onto a nice little off angle here. DPR hits that shot, further extending the man advantage. It's a 3-man setup in Donut here for Mind Freak.
Going to be over until it's over for Greyhound, and they have actually been able to get the plant down, which is somewhat surprising considering there was 3 players standing behind that smoke, but Dexter putting it close to the wall rather than a little bit further out might have made it a little bit more difficult for Mind Freak to find an angle. Now though, they are certainly going to have to find some angles. Inns has made noise dropping off the shelf, but it doesn't seem to matter. He's just sharp enough to win the duel anyway. Util's getting tossed on in. Defuse on that bomb just yet, even though the smoke is up and Inns is spamming on through. He's still being able to win this round. Time for Tux is going to be a problem here. I don't know that he's got to the bomb in time. And despite a fairly solid effort from Mind Freak, they still can't win another round. It is 8-1.
It's domination, mate. No other way to put it. I thought it was interesting. M80 won the NA qualifier over Liquid. That's an interesting little addition to the tournament. Those guys are cooking pretty cool over there in NA. Like a big fight over Cheetah this time around. Yeah. Able to find Alistair in transition. Backside, can he double up? His crosshair placement, far too good. Now Danger playing the good position on the site with nothing but an MP9. Very awkward position to be in. Luckily, he's got 4 legs for a bit of backup. Far with a decent timing in middle, but can't manage to calibrate in time onto Inns. So Greyhound going to call the cancel after picking that player rotating off the A side. They know they've got space elsewhere. They've spotted both players on B. next side. Look at that. Perfect awareness.
Just going to stick around for another one here by the looks of things as well. Forlex not sure what to do. To be fair, what can you do in these kinds of circumstances? He'll crouch walk underneath the scope of Vexite. But nonetheless, it'll be information for Greyhound that this round is pretty much over. Forlex is not going to attempt to win it. In fact, try to save the gun, but Vexite's there waiting for him, and he won't miss on his second attempt. 9-1, Greyhound, another step forward.
Quick smoke down to bottom mid here for Mindfreak. No one on the A site. Looks like potentially another lane setup. Greyhound wanting the 1-1-3. They're going to be contesting this early on. Sid fight already in the entrance to Cheetah. Forlex just Wing through the smoke with an MP9. Half the players in the server dead before this round even really gets kicked off.
Inns is able to get out though with the bomb. That's the crucial detail. And once again, Alistair is just W keying over on the A bomb site. He has gotten so deep into CT spawn. It's going to work out for Greyhound again. Dexter wanted to molly shelf, but he's not really going to be able to do that with any relative safety. So he just dumps it in the middle of mid. Bit of aim prac there for him. See if he can land the spray down on the second player. But he knows this round is pretty much wrapped up. And Alistair not even afraid. 1 HP peak onto danger. Secure the 10th round for Greyhound. And they're in a position to make this an even more dominant display in the grand final than it was in the first matchup between these two teams.
Oh, the best looking buy to close out this half for Mindfreak. Couple NP9s, Famous, a little bit of a lack of util on the players who went for rifles. Inns is taking the bomb towards B. So it looks like a fake to maybe set up Inns for a sick post-plant clutch. But knowing Greyhound, they'll probably hit the entries on A and wrap through CT spawn would be my guess. See how this round actually ends up playing out. DPR with just an MP9 to hold on A here though.
DPR didn't look like he was going to be checked, but Vexite in the end did turn around and secure that kill before he went down. Overall, favorable trades for Greyhound, but what's interesting about this round is Inns is just putting the bomb down on B on his own, so Mindfreak think this is an A retake, but it is anything but. They're not even going to be able to retake the A site to recognize that the bomb wasn't even planted there. That's maximum disrespect by Greyhound, but the score is 11-1, so power to them. Well, I'd love to tell you that the grand final is delivering here in the Oceania qualifier for IEM Chengdu, but you can see the scores for yourself. 13-4 on map 1. Anubis goes the way of Greyhound, and they're currently up 11-1 on Ancient. And honestly, it almost seems like they're just getting a little bit bored in this matchup as well, because they're getting up to some shenanigans, and it's really only going to take a few rounds to lock this one down, unless Mindfreak can find a way to dig deep.
They have looked at Inns and his 6-strap from the last round, and I think that that has shifted the Oceanic meta here, because as we can see, Mindfreak, 4 players, bottom of B ramp, Danger, solo, taking the bomb into A. This could be groundbreaking. Inns only goes 1 for 1, but he hasn't really been a good enough salesman, or Mindfreak rather, haven't really been good enough salesman, because Greyhound is not buying that this is a B hit yet. They still have X-Side on the A side. He has not budged an inch.
He's not going to.
He's still going to drop the bomb. This is unreal.
Oh, it would have actually almost been worth going in for the knife there, I reckon.
There's no way that's happened like that.
Well, the round's not over. I mean, it is still 3-on-2, so there's every possibility that Greyhound could lose this one, but a lot of it actually kind of relies on Vexite just surviving here and buying enough time for Dexter to make this flank happen. They don't seem particularly aware of the fact that Dexter could be here in CT spawn, so the second time the bomb plant is going to be denied, and Vexite's now in the 1v1 after Dexter got himself a quick 2k, but Tux will show that Boomer is greater than Zoomer, and Mindfreak will win yet another pistol against Greyhound.
That was undoubtedly one of the rounds of all time.
That's true.
And I can say that with confidence. Mindfreak double their rounds, and everyone in the Twitch chat goes wild as they win yet another pistol against Greyhound. Unreal. And now we get the round 2 for Spider follow. Get me out.
Bit of patience from Mindfreak to start off round 14. Happy with the mid-control that they've got. Going to slow things down off the back of that. And not really a whole lot that Greyhound's going to be able to do at the moment. Just waiting to see what they're going to get from Mindfreak. Looks as though it will be the B site that's going to be tested, which is not bad news as far as Greyhound is concerned. 3 players over there.
Mindfreak grouping up towards B. Plenty of players still over here for Greyhound. Inns has got a nade. Smoke nade on Liaz. Vexite playing the pivot over here on Killer with the MP9 as the execute comes in. AGs are chunking a fair bit of damage as they try to scale up into the site, at least going 1 for 1 so far.
That'll be enough to actually get them to the site. But Liaz will try to deny the bomb plant. Crosshair just a hair off. So Greyhound now with a pretty tough ask, having to retake 4-on-4, weapon disadvantage. Nice kill from Liaz though, onto 4lex, gives them at least the numbers. And Smoke's now getting tossed into ramp. Might make the job a little bit easier. There's a good trade from Inns, and Dexter chimed in with one as well. It's all falling apart for Mindfreak. The Deagles proving to be a little bit too much to deal with, but Inns in the 1-on-1. Does he have time for the defuse? Doesn't think so. And so he's just going to have to save the AK. And it is Mindfreak that do get their round in the end, but they had to go through it kicking and screaming.
You forced up here as Greyhound. They might just do it, to be honest. Drop an M4 over. Could just go pistols and armor as well. Play the longer game. It does seem like they actually will eco. So giving a bit of respect over to Mindfreak rather. Who definitely took their losses in the last round, came down to a 1v1, so it's a full reinvestment with just rifles, not a whole lot of util to speak of, and in fact the window smokes missed, which is not ideal. Inns pushing all the way through A, 5 seconds into the round though, with an AK, could definitely be problematic. the longer this round goes on.
Vexite's pushing his way forward, but losing teammates here and there. So his own impact in this round might not be too good for Greyhound either way, even if he gets a kill or not. That'll be pretty much that. Nicely negotiated by Mindfreak. Alistair with just a USP here. Actually still manages to get one and a bink onto Forlex as well. Solid effort.
Here's the buy round from Greyhound though. Enough lot of money for an AWP on Alistair. See what Mindfreak has up their sleeves here on H&T side. Maybe they can go one better than last time. Quick smokes onto Cheetah and top middle. No one on A here for Greyhound. They're going to play the retake setup from Donut and looks like fight for Cheetah and Cave, or at least play heavily towards B. Throwing some progression utility down lane early on here. There's the flash up over the top to retake middle from Mindfreak. Excite. Nade's open the smoke, looking for a pick on the cross. Didn't see anything in middle. Bit of maybe false information. Just going to jump spot and continue to gather some.
DPR, able to open the account again. Mindfreak on this T side starting to look a little bit better. Again, the question has to be asked whether or not they've given themselves enough to really play with. The first half was so one-sided. But it's nice to see a couple of rounds being put together in a row, and Greyhound might actually have to work to, finish off this series. Flash in, Dexter will turn from it and sprays down a couple before running out of bullets and being finished off by Tux as well. Still got to find a way to get past Vexite. Or maybe not, because he could just go back over to B.
I mean, so shorter rotates for the CTs than it is for the Ts. But In's obviously not aware that this is a reroute back towards the B site. And the Molly, at least keeping interest over there towards A. In's, despite a late rotation, still almost beats the Ts into the site. 8 seconds on the clock. Right, he's not found danger. That was the critical kill. And it's looking like Mindfreak. They're going one better. Could this be the start of the reverse sweep that we saw against Rooster, Jordan?
You're not convincing me just yet. Much as I'd like to see it from Mindfreak, I think I'm going to need to probably see something like an 11-11 scoreline before I really start to believe. And even, to be honest with you, I think even if they got to 11-11, I'd still go, Greyhound, they'll find a way to win this map, won't they? Because that is so often what they're able to do. Just when you start to, believe or stop believing for Greyhound, they remind you again why they're the number one in AU. But we're not quite there yet. Far way off it, in fact. Greyhound might just opt for a half buy in this round.
Yeah, we're getting a couple of good rounds in here for Mindfreak. Can't complain about it too much. Forced another half buy out of the Greyhound boys, down to 2k across the board. Alistair holding a bit of extra cash for you. Excited seeing what he can fashion with this A1S. Cute little boost up play so he can get up to lane quicker. This is the power position with an A1S on this map. Play the pivot. Try to deal with mid. HE nade inside the smoke. Flash over the top. Doesn't really trouble Vexite at all.
Do wonder though if they push their way into A and Dexter's close there with the MP9. Can he line a few up? Alistair, Deagle, usually good for one. You've got Inns coming across as well. That Deagle's going to be threatening. This could be a problem for Mindfreak. They're going to have to deal with 3 players on the A bomb site, and Greyhound surely have the kinds of players that can make something happen here. One for Inns, one for Alistair. But those two both shut down, and now it's on to Vexite, who hit the headshot, but did he stop firing? I think he strafed just half a step too far. Either way, it is still a winnable round for Liaz, and he's got the M4, but more than happy to use the 5.7 instead. Mindfreak are really waiting patiently on A.
Yeah, false sense of security for Liaz. Considering that this may be a rotation over towards B through spawn. But as he hears the smoke goes down, gonna reposition back towards Donut side. Bulldog's very low here. They try to put the bomb down. Here's
Easily.
Oh no! No, Jordan! No, 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 no.
How has that happened? I mean, if nothing else could go wrong for Mindfreak tonight, then I don't know what to say.
I gotta say, at least it wasn't at 10-10 in a make or break game. You know,
You can only
like
laugh,
the
really, can't you?
stakes. The stakes are not that high. Don't worry about it.
The
All
stakes are well done.
They
They're not medium rare.
They are cooked.
Well. I think you just have to laugh that one off if you're Mindfreak and say, well, it wasn't our day. I mean, it was their day. They did a good job against Rooster. So you really have to sort of take the good with the bad. And this might just be it. Greyhound look like they're pretty ready to finish this one off. In's waiting for the swing. He's going to be prepared for it. And Greyhound, I mean, it goes from 0 to 100 in the space of a round, really, doesn't it? DPR, he's still holding on, but he doesn't have the bomb. And he's also got to ace clutch this round out. It would be a 1v5. At least he's got time. He's really worried about what's happening behind him, which is not necessarily something he has to be too concerned about. With Alistair on the other side of this, if he starts to make his way up lane, you'd expect he'll probably be losing his life. Smoke's actually going to go in. DPR's already in front of that one. So it is just Ins over on this side of the map. 1v1 could be found.
Got a lot of space in middle. But 30 seconds on the clock. Does he even check close range angle like this? Probably need a no scope.
Ins is not... Oh, he is looking. I don't know if he was looking in the other direction, but there's the answer. And 13-5 the scoreline. So 2-0 for Greyhound tonight. I think it's without much fanfare, really, that we welcome them to IEM Chengdu, because it did seem like it was a foregone conclusion for a little while there. But yeah, a lot to really talk about when it comes to this qualifier. I think there was surprisingly quite a lot of storylines that weren't necessarily expected. Obviously, B&K looked really good on day one, and then they lost to Rooster on that day as well and got knocked out. And obviously, we got to see, Mindfreak doing some pretty impressive stuff. And even Greyhound looked a little bit susceptible on that first day, but as we've gotten deeper into the tournament, they kind of looked better and better. And I suppose that's what we'll expect from Greyhound as well going into the future as they get more match practice with this core.
It's interesting because I feel like you could say the same about literally every single team in this close qualifier. Every team was up and down. Greyhound almost lost to B&K. They won the whole tournament. Mindfreak played terrible against Greyhound, but they beat the other teams like Rooster. B&K almost beat Greyhound, but then they lose to Rooster, and Rooster looking pretty lackluster against Mindfreak, but they beat B&K. So I feel like every team had their moments and had their downsides this tournament, but at the end of the day, we still got the result that we expected. Greyhound's going to head through to IEM Chengdu and represent, the Oceanic slot here in the Asian region in an Asian region tournament, but plenty of, interesting looking teams in attendance over there. And I'm really keen to see a Greyhound with Dexter back in the helm, who, back when he was the captain of Greyhound was, the only time they have really been that competitive overseas. And I'm hoping that this will kind of renew after a bit of a lackluster 2023 from Greyhound, where they weren't really that competitive overseas. I'm hoping that Dexter can maybe be the fix to that, and we can start to see Greyhound doing some damage internationally yet again. Fingers crossed, but, only the first tournament of hopefully many, because Greyhound are clearly still having no issues qualifying in Oceania.
Yeah, certainly adds a little bit more firepower to the roster, though. That's one of the things that you kind of instantly recognize when you see Dexter in the server, is that oftentimes he's like standing out on top of the rest, actually, above Greyhound. So, you know, you do add that alongside Inns and Vexite, obviously, as the sort of the rifling, what's the word, the rifling power duo, or whatever you might want to call them. And then Alistair's obviously someone who can be a little bit inconsistent, but when he's on, definitely he's the kind of player that can win you the game. So it certainly looks like a little bit more of a scary prospect facing Greyhound now after that change. But that's something that we're going to have to talk about, obviously, over the next couple of months or so. They're going to go to the RMR, then they'll go to IEM Chengdu. They do miss out on Katowice. Rooster got that slot. But end of the day, yeah, sky's the limit, it feels like, for this new Greyhound roster, and hopefully things come together well. But for us, that is pretty much going to wrap things up. So we do want to say thank you, of course, for tuning in for the IEM Chengdu Oceania qualifier, and we do look forward to catching you next time. Otherwise, congratulations, Greyhound, for making their way over to China, and we'll see you guys next time.
Making history. Absolutely phenomenal.
And Ace is the champion of the Intel Extreme Masters World Finals.
Storm's still not quite done. MC is going to take this fight, though. 3 seconds left.
Last 2 rounds of matches got us started well for ESC.
And this is a massive move for Zez, but he's not content with just a Nexus kill. He wants to win.